what they need in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, what that report is just what's the required, statutorily required report to the legislature. So it's very minimal. I do believe we had a comment that came in that this is a pathetic report, and I think and that the report should be something that was a thorough look at it. And I think we need to do what we need to do here, but I think it would have been great for the public to notate that this is all we're doing here is not doing a comprehensive report. We're just doing what's statutorily required at this point, because it has caused confusion.
Correct, but I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, right? We can meet the needs for the legislature while at the same time the agency can inform the board about really what's going on for implementation. So that's just a comment.
Well, I was thinking that maybe we should schedule an update for the board on the PFA, and I talked to Josh about this, and maybe in the next
maybe we can talk about this offline, because I'm not sure that we need a really big presentation. A report is really sufficient that we can read.
Line and get an outline
Yeah.
that you're interested in. And I happen to know the individual that wrote that other comment. I think I might.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And okay, great. Well, in that case, we'll ask for a vote.
Chair Kelly, may I make a quick comment?
Oh, you bet.
In the consent agenda is a rather consequential item. That is to say, we're proceeding to rulemaking on the forest management plan for state lands. And I just wanted to make sure the public understood what my understanding is that that doesn't necessarily cement the language in the forest management plan that we're proceeding to rulemaking, and that people should feel free to, comment and make known their concerns or endorsements of the forest management plan, and that information will come back to us at a later time and for a decision in conjunction with some other decisions on state lands. So I just want to
appreciate that.
Finalize
That's
today.
Important point. Yeah.
Yeah, just following up on that point from Heath, my understanding is that when that plan is approved, it has the status of administrative rule. So it is important that we get it right. And so I think comments are appropriate. And yeah, thanks.
Okay, we're going to go ahead with a vote on the consent agenda with the exception of item E, and I'll do a roll call. Liz?
Aye.
Heath Curtis?
Aye.
Ben Doimling?
Aye.
Joe Justice? Brenda McComb?
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke?
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. So with that, this has, we have passed the motion to approve the consent agenda item with the exception of item E, and that was, remind me who you made the motion. Bob, did you second it? Oh, the second. Okay, thank you. Forgot already. Need more coffee. All right, and so then we're going to move separately to item E. And Bob, you have some comments, so we'll just start with you.
Yes, thank you. I think I have a few things to say. I appreciate the hard work that went into this vision document, vision, mission, values. I think there's a lot to embrace about it and endorse. My concern is that it, from my view, really pretty clearly does not meet its stated purpose at the beginning of the process, which was to provide a strategic plan. So the FPFO is a strategic planning document, and this document that's replacing the strategic plan, is simply not a strategic plan. It doesn't have, and I'll put this in the record for after the meeting, that the governor conveyed to us in June of 2023, so 18 months ago, an outline of strategic plan that certainly did include value, mission, vision, but it also included things like, goals and objectives, which were specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And this feels to me like it's still missing, despite the couple of years' work that's been put into this. So I'm concerned about putting this forward as our strategic plan, when in fact it's not actually a strategic plan. It's a variety of statements about things like mission and value. So I guess I'm not comfortable putting this forward as the department's strategic plan. And I guess I have a question. I assume it's for you, Chair Kelly or Cal or the other board members, is where is that strategic plan coming from? Or is this, do we see this as sufficient to provide a strategic plan?
It would be appropriate for the now defunct committee members to address what Bob is saying, perhaps.
Sure, Ben Doimling here. Thanks, Bob, for the question. And I guess I see it a little bit differently in that we sent a strategic plan to the governor this last year to fulfill that requirement, which was a similar but different document. I don't see this as a strategic plan in any way, shape, or form. I see this as significantly different from the FPFO. It has a different name. It is a different document. And I think there is value in having a strategic plan for the departments and the board, but this is not that. This is strictly a vision document, is the way I see it. And I think I 100% agree with you, Bob, that there's more work to do, but I don't think this document is that. I think this document is something else. It is clearly a vision document. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, Joe Justice, I'm sorry, Brenda, you stepped over you. Ben's right. There's clearly more work to do here. In fact, we started down some of those paths of goals and kind of ran into time constraints and kind of bandwidth constraints by which to tackle that. So in my mind, there's still more work to do to truly complete a strategic plan. But I completely agree with Ben. This is the vision document. This is forward-looking. This is trying to be, that's what this is. And so that may not be terribly satisfying to you, Bob, but I hear what you're saying, and I do agree. But we kind of tabled going on to the next level. Now, I think we tabled that without a clear plan as to when that was going to be. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brenda or Ben, about a clear idea of when we would tackle the next, I guess, iteration of this work. So.
Brenda McComb for the record, and I'll just chime in here with Ben and Joe. It was discussed very early on, is this going to be a repeat of the FPFO, or is this going to be a higher level vision document? And I think we agreed early on that this was going to be a vision document. Whether it evolved into a true strategic plan or not, I think we were all kind of wondering how that might happen. And where we ended up was a guiding document that should allow the board and the agency to reflect on what we jointly feel should guide our decision-making going into the future. So it is not a strategic plan. It does not have the objectives and benchmarks and those sorts of things that we would expect to see. They should be forthcoming at some point, but that's not what it is. And that's really not what it was intended to be throughout the discussions in the committee.
Thank you. I think I've got a follow-up question. Ben, you said that, in fact, so at my first meeting in June, we had a document come in front before us that was a chunk of what we've got today, but then some other things too. And I think it was recognized at that point that, and that was going to be put forward as our strategic plan. And I think that was put forward as a draft that would then get revision. That would come back to the board to be finally approved, to be submitted as our strategic plan. That's my impression, is it was going to be temporarily put forward, but there was a recognition that there was more work to do on that. Now, maybe I've got that wrong, and that is our strategic plan, but it read to me like this document, but with other things in it as well. And that those other things then came before the board at our last meeting in September, and a whole bunch of them were dropped at the last minute, and only part of that went forward. So the way this is presented in the material is that this is replacing the forestry program for Oregon. And that's my understanding, is that the forestry program for Oregon is our strategic plan now, to the extent we have one from 2011. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and that document we approved in June and sent forward is actually our strategic plan. And so it included a bunch of this. So I guess you can hear from me some lack of understanding about whether we have a strategic plan or not. And the way this is framed now, if we vote on this, this is our strategic plan to the extent it's replacing the forestry program for Oregon. So I'm a little.
You know, I think we're getting into semantics here. No one here is saying that this is a strategic plan. I mean, the document here is the vision for Oregon forests. It is a bit of a different animal, admittedly, and there is a whole lot of work that needs to be done to flesh it out, and a lot of that's going to be handled by staff. But I don't think, correct me, Cal, if I'm wrong, that that adopting this means that the existing forestry plan for Oregon is considered to be still in effect. I think not, correct?
No, this will serve as foundation
For that. Yeah, so it's a little bit semantics. I mean,
ideas.
like I said, it's a foundation for that, but it is not a complete strategic plan. And we're referring to it as the vision for Oregon forests. So it is a different animal, clearly.
Excuse me, this is Cal Mokomoto, State Forester, that where we want to go and what do we want to create as ODF and stewards of forests in Oregon.
Sure.
I would agree with all of that. And I think I just wanted to echo, Bob, a little bit what you're saying is, what about the strategic plan? And I would wholeheartedly agree with you that there is work to do there. I don't know that I could point to anything particular that I would hold up as the well-crafted strategic plan for the departments right now. I think there's a couple agenda items in front of us in the next 2 days where we will be getting at some of this work. And I intend to sort of push a bit on, let's try to build capacity for really getting a lot of this work done that we keep talking about. So I share your concerns about where the plans are, but I don't see this vehicle as that.
I guess I've got for the record, Bob Van Dyke, just a clarifying question here. Before this vision for Oregon was developed, am I correct that the forestry plan for Oregon was our strategic plan?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is replacing that. Okay. Well, for me, I would prefer that we replace a forestry program for Oregon with a strategic plan, not with a vision statement. So to me, that's, I've said my piece. So
Okay, yeah, thanks, Bob. I think we're already running behind time, so we're just going to have to do a vote on this. So we are looking for a vote on this item E, vision for Oregon forests. And so I'm looking for a motion.
I move.
Ben Doimling
adopt it.
moves, and Brenda is a second. All right. With that, I will do a roll call. Liz Agpoa,
Aye.
Keith Curtis, Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
no.
Okay, and I am an aye as well, Jim Kelly. So with that, the motion passes on a 6-1 vote. That motion was made by Ben Doimling and seconded by Brenda McComb. And so it has been passed and the motion carries. Okay, we'll move on to State Forester and board member comments. First thing I wanted to do, though, was also recognize that we have our legislative or our counsel from the Department of Justice, Matt DeVore, here joining us. And Matt is empowered to jump up and stop us if we start doing something legally stupid throughout this meeting. But Matt, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And all right, with that, I would like to see if our state forester, Cal Mukamoto, has any opening comments.
No comments from board?
What, we'll have, you go first. Yeah, then I'll say a few things and.
For the record, my name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm the state forester for Oregon. Good morning and happy new year, Chair Kelly and the Board of Forestry. As we begin 2025, I'm happy to share my 2025 aspirations for ODF. But before I start, I want to pause and give a big thank you to all of ODF for all they do. Your dedication to taking a step a little further ahead and choosing to put in the additional effort, even though you are tired, makes it easy for me to be a state forester. For example, the Oregon Department of Forestry has been delivering on the commitment to get outstanding payments to wildfire vendors as quickly as possible. The department processed $131 million, eliminating the payment backlog since the legislature allocated $191.5 million for the historic and costly 2024 fire season during its most recent special session. ODF employees in our business services and DBMs and administrative staff in the districts worked weekends and gave up their time over the holidays to make that happen. I also want to thank all the firefighters and all the dedicated personnel out of our ranks that made 2024 we were able to maintain and protect Oregonians' resources and assets. So thank you very much. Our recent special session with the legislature was a great success, and we're now in strong position to conclude this biennium. With our 2024 fire bills being settled thanks to business services and DBMs and sufficient resources secured, we are well equipped to move forward effectively. Looking ahead, the main goal is to establish a fair and sustainable funding method for wildfire suppression. The state legislature has tasked ODF to collaborate with the Oregon State Fire Marshal to form a fire funding work group. I just got a message from Mariana that they're sending 12, I imagine, OSFM employees down to Southern California, and I'm thinking about their safety down there with those strong winds. You know, it used to be that we had a fire season that ended, and now it's all year round, and this is serious, very serious business we're dealing with. This innovative team, consisting of 35 dedicated members alongside ex officio members like legislators and our own esteemed chair, Jim Kelly, is busy exploring creative wildfire funding strategies in 2025. We're coming up to a very important meeting on January 15th, and hopefully we can whittle down, what did you have, 70 ideas, Jim? And now down to maybe the straight 8 or whatever we're going to call them. So, okay, in 2025, we'll present these new funding strategies to the legislature, setting the stage for implementing an innovative approach to financing wildfire suppression in Oregon, which will support our fire program adequately and sustainably. Our commitment to habitat conservation plans, HCPs, is steadfast in 2025. We plan to focus on modeling forest management alternatives and setting performance measure targets for our state forests with the goal of completing rulemaking for the forest management plan and adopting it by year's end. Additionally, the Forest Resource Division will make significant progress with the private forest accord by advancing items such as rulemaking for post-disturbance and tethered logging. I'm also eager with our tribal relations team to strengthen our relationships and align our efforts with the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon. I look forward to potential project alliances with tribes in 2025. Forest resilience continues to be a top priority as we advance our 20-year plan, working hand in hand with federal partners to enhance our forest resilience to climate change, wildfire, and other challenges. Effective forest resilience can provide resources to create jobs, bolster infrastructure, and help mitigate the cost of forest resilience projects. In 2025, we will host the Resiliency Summit focused on community resilience by co-hosting the event with our partners at the State Fire Marshal. Our urban forestry program will continue to make our communities resilient to changing climate by promoting and protecting our urban forests. One of my aspirations for the coming year is to enhance our cross-functional communications across the agency, ensuring we deliver equitable services internally and externally. This collaboration is essential for advancing our climate action plan, DEI goals, and the effective implementation of all our programs. The vision document that you just approved will set the foundation for continued planning for our strategic plan for ODF. That document, I applaud the board for its work on that, and will create a great foundation for us going forward. These initiatives represent just some of our goals and aspirations for 2025. Through all our efforts, we're committed to fostering a positive work environment with steady and supportive leadership. In 2025, we will focus on developing a high-functioning team to provide enterprise excellence. I will continue to rely on our human resources expert to ensure we have the best employees in the world. 2025 will be a rewarding and dynamic year for ODF as we lead with stewardship and accountability through transparent and decisive actions. Let's look forward to achieving great things together in the coming year. Finally, in the letters to the board department, we received a letter from the League of Women Voters of Oregon suggesting funding a climate coordinator position to implement the ODF Natural Working Lands Fund. Danny Norlander and Dr. John Tokarzak looked into this potential earlier, but could not obtain the position authority. I think the suggestion is good, and I wish to reopen the subject. The position could help ODF further define what climate smart forestry really means. So with that, I will wish you a fantastic year ahead, and back to you, Chair Kelly.
Okay, great evidence that we actually do read letters from the public. All right, and I'll have some comments, but I'd like to open it up to any board members who have opening thoughts or comments that they would like to make at this point. Yes, Curtis.
I have a couple quick ones. One, the ODF training materials, I finally made those through those at the very end of the year that I should have probably completed them months ago. The basic training included a slide that I thought was very interesting. One of them was entitled Board Review. It says, every board must review all of its new rules within 5 years of adoption. The review must include 1, an analysis of whether the rule had its intended effect, whether the fiscal impact was under or overestimated, 2, whether the rule remains consistent with the law, and 3, whether the rule is still needed. I can't recall in my many years working with the Oregon Board of Forestry ever doing that. And to the degree it was in my training, I thought it might be worth bringing up here, and that would be an interesting exercise as to rules that we adopt to ensure that they are in fact accomplishing the ends we intended, and have a conversation about that. So I thought I'd bring that up quickly here. The other item I wanted to bring up was in the context of some of the labor complaints and issues and the newspaper reporting on the Department of Forestry recently, I just thought it was worth highlighting that there were moments when it might have been really helpful for Cal to press back against some of the reporting with confidential information that he held. And out of respect for his employees and out of respect for the process, that did not happen. I think that was unfortunate insofar as the reporting implied certain things that were untrue, and you were unable to dispute that because we were in the middle of processes that required that you respect your employees and go through the proper procedure. And I just wanted to commend you for that. I don't think that people talk about that publicly very much, but being an executive is a hard job. And sometimes you have to take hits and stand defenseless when you know you've got a good answer and that answer would be coming. So in any event, I just wanted to take a moment to commend Cal on his navigation of some tricky employee and employment issues over the last few months.
Keith, you're absolutely right. I think it's been very frustrating for all of ODF leadership, and frustrating for me because so many of these issues were personnel issues, and literally hands were tied in terms of being a public defense, which even when a lot of kind of ridiculous things were getting printed. Other comments? Opening comments? board members?
Yes, Chair Kelly, I have a
Yeah,
comment.
Bob.
Good morning, everyone. I have a regrettable item to address during this opening comment time. Unfortunately, there was a breach of process by Board Chair Kelly at our meeting in November. You may recall I provided a memo to the board shortly before the meeting. In that meeting, I asked that 2 items be added to the agenda of the January board meeting, which are being held today and tomorrow. I asked that the agenda include 2 items, climate change plans on one hand and the review of the state forester on the other. On the matter of the review of the state forester, Chair Kelly stated at the November meeting that he would not count my vote as one of the 2 required to put an item on the agenda. As a rationale for this, he said my vote would be disregarded because I would no longer be on the board when the review took place. Robert's rules and the board policy manual contain nothing that allow a chair to disregard a qualified member's vote on a matter before the board. The chair can refuse to recognize a motion or speaker if they are out of order, but in such case, the chair must explain why they are out of order in reference to Robert's rules. Rules do not empower the chair to silence a member by refusing to count their vote on a matter legitimately before the board. I did not object at the time because 2 other board members supported the addition of the agenda item, but I will certainly object today if the chair again seeks to exclude my participation in this body without specific rules found in Robert's rules or other controlling policies. Looking back, 2 of my 3 business meetings on the board of Forestry to date have included clear and inappropriate behavior toward me by Chair Kelly. In September, he made an unfounded and unjustified attack on me for reasons I still do not understand. While I appreciate his public apology, he never explained himself. His public broadside against me was particularly inappropriate as it called attention to a matter involving my personal income, which I then felt obliged to address publicly in my defense. In November, as I outlined just now, he refused to recommend my vote. His behavior is a principal reason for not seeking reappointment to the board. I suggest the board chair and members of this body review with care what Robert's rules say about the conduct of a board chair, including that the chair should strive for, quote, impartiality and preserve an objective and impersonal approach. The rules state that the chair should, quote, make every effort to know more about parliamentary procedure than other members. The rules state that, quote, while providing strong leadership, he should be fair. And most broadly, the rules state that any presiding officer will do well to bear in mind that no rules can take the place of tact and common sense on the part of the chairman. The behavior of the chair toward me during my short time on this body has not lived up to these standards.
Okay, Bob, I just, I have to make a correction on your perception and statement about the last meeting. The way it works, if somebody wants something on the agenda, any 2 members can ask. You asked for somebody to be put onto the agenda. And I, at that point, yes, I did point out that you weren't going to be here, but I said, if there are 2 members who want this on the agenda, which is following our rules, then we will put it on the agenda. We had another board member say, yes, I would like to see that on the agenda. We put it on the agenda. It is not as you described, simply, period.
I'm happy to review the record. Jim, what you said is 2 others. You wanted 2 other votes.
No, I did not say 2 others. I said if we have 1 other. That would give us 2. That would include you. There was no disregard of your vote.
I'll be happy to retract my comments
Could I-
after I review the record.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to just say that maybe we can carry this conversation on later on between you 2.
Okay. All right. Before we move on, I've got some opening comments, and my sleepless night last night was really around wildfire, and I'd actually been thinking a whole lot more about Oregon, and I'm thinking about everything that we did in our vision statement related to wildfire. And then, of course, wake up and drive down here and, listening to the news with 20,000 structures burning in California already now in January. And I worry that we're not, as a board, providing enough leadership I mean, I know the governor has formed different committees relative to wildfire, but I think as the Board of Forestry, I think we need to have a louder and clearer voice on some of these issues. I think with climate change, we probably have little choice but to be doing everything, what we've historically done in wet forests in this state, because the threat is greater than it's ever been to all of those forests. But I'm really concerned about whether we're finding our way, towards reestablishing a fire regime in dry forests and doing that in a healthy way with the incredible amount of resources that were spent this last year, primarily on rangeland fires. So I'm just kind of, I'm throwing out there that I would like to see us focus more on what we were going to, how are we going to start doing things differently? Because what we're doing currently in dry forests doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And the future looks pretty bleak. And I think the department, I mean, they've always put out fires. They've done a great job of that, and they will continue to do that consistently. And I think the messaging that we have around some fires being good and all, and the vision isn't a particularly, I think we need to go further. I think we need to have a more deeper exploration of what makes more sense in our Oregon's drier forest. So anyhow, that's what's keeping me up at night. All right, with that, we'll move on to public forum. Elaine, do we have folks signed up to testify in front of us this morning?
Yes, thank you, Chair Kelly. Today we have 14 people in the queue who are signed up to provide commentary today.
Okay. For those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not to exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on information items and topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item you are commenting on, and associated affiliation, if you're representing a group or an organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, Elaine, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Kelly. All right, to help us stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. Please be prepared to engage when your name is called on. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for 2 minutes. When the timer runs out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. Testimony will start with those who are in the room before transitioning to those participating online. I'd like to welcome Stacy Detweiler, Tyler Ernst, and Casey Kola to the table. And then Stacy, you're first to begin when you're ready.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mokomoto, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. For the record, my name is Stacy Detweiler. I'm the Oregon Policy Director at the Wild Salmon Center, a nonprofit organization dedicated to conserving wild salmon and steelhead ecosystems, and one of the conservation groups engaged in the private forest accord throughout the process since 2020. I also serve as the co-chair on the Adaptive Management Program Committee, and just want to note that I'm not speaking on behalf of that committee, but on behalf of myself and the Wild Salmon Center. As we head into 2025, one of the most critical things for the success of the private forest accord and ensuring a federally approvable habitat conservation plan will be for the state to fully fund core programs at ODF and ODF&W for the 2025-2027 biennium. These programs are foundational to securing an HCP and represent commitments in the authorizing legislation SB 1501. 3 programs for a total of $36 million, the Small Forest Landowner Grant Program, SFISH at ODF, the PFA Grant Program at ODF&W, and the Adaptive Management Program at ODF were not included in the base budget. The governor's recommended budget released on December 2nd appears to significantly underfund these core programs and commitments in the PFA authorizing legislation, SB 1501, which committed $10 million from the state and $2.5 million from the timber industry annually for the PFA grant program until federal approval of the HCP, at which point the industry contribution increases to $5 million annually. So for the state, that's a legislative commitment of $20 million per biennium. Currently, under the GRB, this program is funded at $10 million for the biennium, which is half of that total $20 million needed. Under the GRB, the Small Forest Landowner Grant Program to fund culvert replacements and upgrades is funded at $4 million, which is less than the $10 million needed. And the Adaptive Management Program, which is a linchpin of the agreement and the mechanism through which the state and the services determine the effectiveness of the rules in meeting biological objectives for covered species, appears to not currently be funded at all under the GRB. So the total needed for that program in the biennium is $6 million. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Ernst.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Ernst, and I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Oregon Forest Industries Council. My testimony this morning is not directed towards any of the items that are on today's agenda, but really looking forward to the work that this board will be engaged in this calendar year as it moves towards finalization of a revised forest management plan for Westside State Forests. And I want to say at the outset that we appreciate the effort that ODF staff has made to keep industry members and other stakeholders informed as they work through various modeling scenarios and the work that they're doing on the plan. ODF staff has been responsive to questions that we have had, and they've proactively engaged with stakeholders on a regular basis. And we don't take those open channels of communication for granted. And we appreciate opportunities like this, more limited though they may be, to express our thoughts and concerns to this body. And of course, our concerns on this matter are not difficult to guess. We would hope that as the board works towards finalization of a plan, that it will finalize a plan that provides for the optimization of harvest on those acres that are available for active management, so as to not further constrain harvest volumes beyond what is required under the draft state forest HCP. We understand that the board, through the plan, is looking to balance values, and we agree with that approach and concept. We also feel strongly, however, that the promotion of environmental, even to a degree, social values is already being guaranteed through the draft HCP. That's not to say that these three values can't be achieved in unison on those acres outside of HCAs. We believe that economic, environmental, and social benefits are not inimical to one another and need not be seen as mutually exclusive. But we do ask that you would keep the economic well-being of local communities and local businesses like forest product manufacturers that we represent at the forefront of your minds as you complete this work. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Casey.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board, State Forester Mikamoto, and staff. For the record, my name is Casey Kula and I work for Oregon Wild. And today, to your comments, as it turns out, in light of the disastrous fires that we're seeing in Los Angeles, I really want to take a moment to thank the folks at ODF who are involved in the Wildfire Funding Workgroup. That does start with you two gentlemen, but it's Ryan Miller and Kyle Williams and Derek Wheeler and Gina Miner and Nathan Beckman as well. And there are many other people, but those are the ones I see on a regular basis. So regarding that climate change and carbon plan and how it's related to wildfire funding and policy, both the latest science and 50-year-old science say that we have to pivot to a new fire reality. Jones et al. In 2024 observed that in pyromes with a history of aggressive wildfire suppression, shifting focus and funds from active fire suppression to managed ecologically beneficial fire may prevent carbon sink to source conversion, unquote. Observing aggressive fire suppression, Dodge in 1972 says that total fire exclusion in forests is impossible to achieve and ecologically undesirable. He says this is a quote, more fire trucks will not solve the problem of bigger and more damaging wildfires, although they may delay the ultimate results, unquote. And then Balk et al. In 2024, again, a person that some of you know, concludes that fast-moving wildfires are the most destructive. So what can policymakers like yourselves do? Accelerate carbon sequestration in wet forests, accelerate prescribed burning in drier forests, invest in community risk reduction, move to managing some fires, and finally grow more beavers. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. You three may be seated while I welcome Dave Kunert, Amanda Sullivan Astor. Dave, you may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. I'm Dave Kunert, Vice President of Resource with Hampton Lumber. There's 3 topics I want to highlight this morning with respect to the FMP plan development. No more management restrictions within the FMP. As the department continues development of the new FMP to accompany the anticipated federal approval of the proposed HCP, it will be paramount for board and staff and public to remember the conservation goals and immense set-asides required under the HCP. Over half the forest will be put into habitat conservation areas, affording minimal active management and no management within riparian areas. This severely limits acres available for active timber management. Of the remaining acres, further restrictions are already imposed on the uplands and riparian areas. Please refrain from placing additional unduly burdensome restrictions on the acres available for active management. The 3-legged stool identified as the greatest permanent value is already lopsided under the HCP, and it would be ill-advised to tip that scale further. Revenue concerns. There are many reasons why active management on state lands is important to the health of the forest and the surrounding communities. One crucial reason is the direct revenue that timber sales generate for counties, schools, taxing districts, and the department, as well as the opportunities for the operators that will be recognized shortly before noon today. The 2024 wildfire season put cash flow issues the department faces and the limitations of general fund dollars from the legislator under a microscope. A resolution for how to resolve the revenue shortfalls created by the HCP is yet to be identified. And now state forests are currently 2 fiscal quarters behind on timber sales offered. As of today, the department has offered less than 10 million feet of the 188 million planned in the FY 2025 AOPs. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Amanda?
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor, and I serve as the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers. We're now halfway through fiscal year 2025, yet only 9 million board feet of timber has been sold, as was just mentioned, for the 2025 AOPs across all districts. Out of this planned 188 million board feet, districts like North Cascade, Astoria, and Tillamook haven't sold a timber sale since last summer. Delays like these reduce the number of operable months in timber sale contracts. Contractors face shorter timelines and added pressures, while ODF and counties end up with cash flow issues as compressed operating seasons and contracts lead to lower bid prices. For small businesses already grappling with shrinking timber sale volumes, these challenges are exacerbating an already precarious situation, and we aren't confident the remaining sale volume will be offered by the end of the fiscal year. Without confidence in stable timber sale volumes, many forest contractors are making hard decisions about the longevity and sustainability of their businesses in the profession of logging. This cultural sentiment is threatening the future of Oregon's forests. The small business contractors AOL represents are a cornerstone of Oregon's forest economy. These heroes repair roads used by families, firefighters, and foresters alike, managing fuels to mitigate wildfire risk and adapt their operations across seasons. Despite their vital contributions, these hardworking individuals are often overlooked in favor of abstract policy discussions. Today's Operator of the Year awards provide a timely opportunity to recognize these contractors not as exceptions, but representative of a highly skilled, innovative, and essential workforce. Let's refocus on balanced sustainability that respects all legs of the stool: environmental health, social well-being, and economic vitality. John Stuart Mill's words ring true. The greatest freedom is pursuing our good in a way that doesn't impede others. Without meaningful policy shifts, we risk losing not just contractors, but the services they provide to maintain healthy, safe, and sustainable forests. Thank you.
Thank you both. You may be seated while we switch to the testimony providers that are online. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and start with Peter Hayes.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board and agency staff. My name is Peter Hayes. I'm a forest owner in the Northern Coast Range. It's my pleasure to offer brief comments on the climate change and carbon plan item that's on tomorrow's agenda. I'm going to share three things. One is thanks, a good news alert, who doesn't like good news, and three simple requests. So my thanks. Thank you for developing, approving, and supporting the implementation of the plan. Thank you also for the steps you're taking to hold the agency and yourselves accountable for effective implementation, shaping a culture of accountability. Two, I want to alert you to a project that's harnessing the power of grassroots collaboration to turn good words of the plan into tangible outcomes. With core leadership from ODF's Forest Grove office and Tualatin Soil and Water Conservation District, a diverse team of partners is 1 year into developing a guide to plan to advance climate smart forestry in Washington County. Partners include OSU Extension, Small Woodlands Association, retired ODF employees, consulting foresters, forest owners, and several others. We're actively wrestling with three key questions. What does climate smart forestry mean in this specific place? How best to engage our local forest community in a meaningful way? And three, how to accelerate and support the transition to climate smart forestry locally and beyond. It's not easy. We're making exciting progress. ODF's leadership and support are key. I request your attention and help with one thing. Essential ingredients in this collaboration is the function of coordination facilitation. A year ago, ODF took this on and got solid funding for it. As of January 1st, ODF stopped filling that key role. That ODF decision slows momentum, puts the entire project at risk, and requires other partners to shoulder the heavy load. I ask ODF leaders and board to do three things. One, be aware of this project. Ask about it tomorrow in agenda item 11. Two, understand and consider this value as a replicable project and lead the agency in being the committed, reliable partner that this project requires and demands. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Burnett. Kelly Burnett, are you there? We'll go ahead and move on to Lisa Gaines. And it looks like that person dropped out. So then I see Susan Banyas.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board, my name is Susan Banyas. Live in Astoria, and I'm a writer and choreographer. In 2021, 4 years ago, you put out a progressive vision statement, which you've been talking about. Oregon is a leader in climate change mitigation and adaptation, quote, climate smart, socially equitable forest policies that promote health, resilient forests and watersheds, community well-being, viable forest products industry, end quote. My concern is that I am not seeing evidence of this vision. I see more clear cuts. I hear how residents and activists were shut down trying to save healthy, resilient heritage forests. I see some of the county commissioners advocating for more power for the timber industry, an unhealthy codependent relationship between timber harvests and county services, between leaders and funders. I see a gap between your vision and the reality on the ground. I implore you to mine this gap for innovation, not social control. You have the power to design a new narrative and choreograph a more expansive action plan that includes the folks in your 2021 vision statement: tribes, people of color, scientists, labor force, commercial designers, and educators and artists. We don't have 4 more years. We do have brilliant people in the field who could come to your table with fresh ideas about economics, education as a workforce, sustainable management for regional prosperity, not for for shareholders of Wall Street firms. The mature old-growth biodiverse forests of the Northwest are one of the 3 most carbon-dense forests in the world. We have responsibility to protect this resource, not as numbers on a spreadsheet, but as great beings who breathe for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Denise.
Good morning. My name is Denise Monahan. I'm also a resident of Astoria, Oregon. Small things matter. Carl Sagan said, "We humans look rather different from a tree. Without a doubt, we perceive the world differently than a tree does, but deep down at the molecular heart of life, we are essentially the same." I'm not a forest manager, but an artist and forest lover who moved to this land once occupied by many tribal people. Probably some of the really old trees standing might still remember them. Forester Susan Simard called these trees mother trees because they are trees that help other trees survive, passing information back and forth through mycelium and underground life forms. The old trees have ways of surviving encoded in their DNA. Small things matter. It's not only that. There are more life forms in a handful of soil than there are people on the planet. This diversity is what feeds the land and the community of living beings. Clear cutting, spraying, pesticides, and monocropping destroys the diverse community that makes a forest a forest. We are losing our forests at an alarming rate. You can see it with your own eyes. It's already happened all across the East and Midwest, with only pockets of old growth surviving the westward expansion. There is no regard for the forest that is being harvested or her many associations. Unfortunately, it's all about timber and money, board feet, and carbon credits. Nature has its rhythms, and trees operate on a timescale very different than we humans. One thing is clear, our lives and the lives of many other beings are intimately connected to trees. Please consider not clear cutting old or second growth trees, especially ones in the watersheds, which everyone depends on. Small things matter. Thank you.
Next, I have Avi Goldschmidt.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mikomoto, and members of the Board of Forestry. My name is Avi Goldschmidt. I'm a resident of Astoria as well, and I work for the conservation group Wild Salmon Center. I'm commenting today on the public engagement required by law through the Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan regarding timber sales on state forest land. Last year, due to grassroots efforts to engage the public in the annual operations plan process, there was an unprecedented 1,061 comments calling for modifications to proposed timber sales. Many commenters advocated for the protection of clean water, fish and wildlife habitat, recreation opportunities, and carbon storage. For perspective, without grassroots engagement, only 29 comments statewide were reported by ODF the previous year. So I would like to know what changes the board and ODF will make to the AOP process to help increase public participation without the responsibility falling on communities. Will adjacent landowners find out about proposed sales next to their properties before AOP approval? Will ODF hold public meetings in their districts to share their plans with the public for a more informed comment opportunity? Will surveys and records pertaining to state forest timber sales be made free and accessible to the public in a timely manner? Or will the public comment period simply remain a courtesy, a box that gets checked, a minimally advertised formality before going through a standard procedure? According to the FMP, ODF has a responsibility to provide the public with meaningful opportunities to comment and affect planning decisions at a time when public involvement can contribute positively to the planning decisions under consideration, end quote. My recommendation to the board is to work with ODF to improve their public engagement strategies by providing more robust opportunities for public involvement. This may mean greater responsibility on the part of ODF to facilitate this change. Increased communications between ODF and the public would aid in fostering a relationship of trust between agencies and the public, in addition to generating more informed comments. Thank you.
Next is Paul Engelmeyer.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. My name is Paul Engelmeyer. I work for Bird Alliance of Oregon, formerly Portland Audubon Society, managing 10 Mile Creek Sanctuary in the Oregon coast. We encourage the board to continue to move forward with finalizing a habitat conservation plan for the Western Oregon State Forest as a best way of complying with the mandatory requirements of the Federal Endangered Species Act. Our coalition continues to be concerned by ODF's failure to meaningfully translate the climate plan into management actions on state forest. The climate plan directs ODF to implement the following. I have a number of bullets here. I will probably not be able to get through them, but I will submit a hard copy. Incorporate the climate change in the FMP and implement planning process, implement silviculture pathways and harvest rotations that increase carbon storage in the forest while maintaining wood fiber flow to the forest products industry. This is a key issue because I've been dealing with salmon recovery, Oregon Coastal Co. for almost 30 years. Identify areas of high carbon storage potential, those that can provide benefits for threatened and endangered species, water quality, education, recreational opportunities for Oregonians. Establish priorities for these areas that include long-term carbon storage and connectivity. This is a critical issue. We have thousands of miles of streams that do not meet Clean Water Act standards and have ESA listed salmon there. This is a long-term intergenerational strategy. These plans should be linked to those efforts that are happening region-wide for all of these endangered salmon that are around our landscape. We urge the board to direct ODF to ensure these measures are included in the FMP and to develop clear performance measures to evaluate their successes. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Birmingham. Pam, I think you're muted. Pam, are you able to hear me? You're muted right now.
I thought I unmuted. Okay, is that better?
We're still not able to hear you, Pam. Can you try muting and then unmuting?
Okay, how's that? Huh. I will submit written comments.
I'm sorry, Pam, we still can't hear you, and it shows you're unmuted.
Is that better? All right, I will submit written comments.
Thank you very much, Pam. Please submit your comments in writing to the Board of Forestry email. Thank you. I would like to thank each member or participant who participated in their testimony. That concludes our testimony for today. Thank you for respecting the 2-minute timer and for your patience.
Yeah, Joe Justice for the record. Jim, thanks for, I appreciate your behind time. I'll try to make this fast. I was thinking about this. I think in the 6 years I've served on this board, this is the first time I've heard comments about the harvest level and the AOP on state forests. And I know that that is not our, this body's responsibility, that's state forest responsibility is harvest levels. But I reflected on that and thought, wow, that's interesting. There's some concern here. And I think it's important for us to achieve greatest permanent value, which is our charge as this body, to ensure we have infrastructure, established to achieve that, right? And I know that there's consternation surrounding the fact that we're functionally operating under 2 FMPs currently. So I guess I just want to give Cal, or I don't want to put Mike on the spot here or anything, but is this a blip in the in the system? Should we expect something? I guess I would just like a little deeper dive into that to give me some.
I'll give you a deeper dive in it. I don't have the deeper dive right now, and I wasn't realizing that we only had 9 million out, so I need to get up to date on that. Apologize. So, but I will get a deeper dive and out to the board where we are with it, because it's concerning. I mean, I think Amanda correctly expressed the issues with our contractors out there need a constant flow. Our infrastructure needs a constant flow, and we need to be able to provide that. So I'll find out.
Joe, I was going to ask the same question. I think, yeah, even though it is not our direct responsibility, I think it would be appropriate for the board to get a report on what is going on there. I also think, again, this is around the annual operating plans, but Avi Goldschmidt's testimony, I think we learned before around all this notice issues was that the department seemed to be meeting the letter of the law, but not really meeting what would be a common sense intention. And so I would like that, and I think we've been clear in prior meetings, myself and others, that we should be doing better. And so I would also like to hear a follow-up. What are we doing different to do that better? But again, respecting that is your responsibility and
No, I think
our
that's
job.
this is Cal McModo, State Forester. I believe that's a reasonable question.
Yeah.
And I will try to get a succinct answer to what we're doing different.
Good.
I think board members have participated in trying to get that communication, and it's shown to be needed. Yeah, so we need to amplify. I have talked to the district forester out there, and they have ideas what they want to do, and also our area director. So I think this is an improvement area, so we will work on that. So 2 things. So I got 2 things.
Go ahead, Brenda, and then Bob.
Brenda McComb for the record, just a request to Cal and staff at the presentation on implementation of the climate change and carbon plan. I'm hoping that staff can respond to Peter Hayes's presentation regarding support for their work in Washington County.
This is Cal McModo, State Forester, and we have Mike Caffaretta here, who's working very closely with Peter Hayes. And I think this revolved around a question about a certain individual that was helping, and their funding ran out and they're moving on to a different project. But you have taken some actions to close the gap on that, right, Mike? Yeah, why don't you come up and tell him?
Thank you, Cal. Members of the Board of Forestry, Mike Caffaretta, I'm the district forester in Forest Grove. And we do have a project in Washington County. Thanks for asking about it. Those who have, trying to translate, I don't know why that feedback is loud there, trying to really translate the carbon plan into what do we do for our local landowners, trying to help landowners know what to do facing an uncertain climate. So we're trying to help arm our stewardship foresters and the other natural resource professionals with the information they need to talk to landowners about what they should expect. So that's establishing forests, what genetics, what tree species, how to evaluate your ground and know the susceptibility, how do you thin stands to make them more resilient, how do you think about land transitions so you can keep your land, you put your heart and soul into growing trees and to continuing that climate smart forestry into the future. So we're working on a series of modules to do that. The Department of Forestry was able to get a staff member, Nate Aglezoff, to be the project manager. We have some funding there, and Salem lent Nate to us as a project manager. And probably my own fault, I asked for 6 months. Actually asked for a year, but it took about 6 months to get the position into place. And that ran out in January. We were not able to extend that position from the Department of Forestry. We have funding, but we didn't have staff time. Nate was needed back in his day job. We're fortunate to have a good partner in Tualatin Soil and Water Conservation District, and Brandy Seffel and their group has been just rock stars. And so they have stepped forward to take on that leadership role. So we've transferred the project management, kind of day-to-day project management from the Department of Forestry to the Tualatin Soil and Water Conservation Service. And they're capable of picking that up. We'll try to support that as we can from the Forest Grove District. I'll stay involved. We have a stewardship forester involved.
Yeah, I'd like to add, this is Cal McModo, State Forester, that I would really, I'll work with you on this. We really need to support that effort out there, and I know you're very supportive of Peters. They are looking at how for their forest type, how to define climate smart forestry. And that's all the body of knowledge we need to continue to work with. And I think I told you earlier, I have someone from the Lake Hag area that wants to contribute too. So I'll put some attention to that, Brenda.
Thank you both. I appreciate that. I think it is, though, it does raise the question in my mind about the how ODF is viewed as a leader in advancing climate smart forestry when resources are being pulled away from one project, when there probably should be other projects across the state that need to be advancing this idea and be supported as well. So thank you, Mike. I appreciate that, but there's still questions in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just, for Nate Eggleshoff, you did a great job. The group really appreciated his leadership while we had him. So I just want to mention that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. For the record, Bob Van Dyke. I'd like to echo the comments about the work you're doing at the Forest Grove District there and the importance of that climate smart forestry. And I think it may come up during our agenda item on this topic tomorrow. Since we have you, do you have anything to say briefly about the concerns we heard about scheduling of timber harvests and the slow rollout that was suggested about the rate at which they were being offered for sale?
Thank you, Bob. Members of the Board of Forestry, not particularly. I think, it was a tough summer. I think all the districts, we spent a huge amount of time helping suppress fire. We're all working very hard to catch up from that and get those timber sales out. I can't speak to my counterparts around the state. In Forest Grove, I think we're getting close to catching up, and we've got a couple sales that are already sold and more in the pipeline. We do anticipate completing our annual operation plan during this fiscal year. So I just think everyone's trying real hard to catch up.
Thank you. I do want to just say briefly and finally, I appreciate Chair Kelly, your comments and yours as well, State Forester Mukomoto, about the need to improve public processes regarding timber sale notification. That's most acute, from my view, in terms of adjacent landowners, that to the extent they can be given as much lead time as possible, be helpful. So I hope that Cal, you can think about something systemic there, that, a change in process that really improves the notification process. Thank you.
Okay, I think in that case, we are ready to move on to our next agenda item, which is the final order Douglas County by and through Douglas County Public Works Department. And I'll call up Scott Swearingen, Greg Wagenblast, and Matt. You're already up. So I'll provide a brief summary of the board's role in the situation of the case. We are ready to consider the record of the proceeding, the proposed final order by Administrative Law Judge A.L.J. Bradley A. Schmidt, and the exceptions filed by Douglas County. In this case, the issue is whether Douglas County's failure to file a notification of operations related to its contracting for the removal of hazard trees along Hubbard Creek Road in October 2023 violated the notice requirements of the Forest Practices Act. And that would be ORS 527.670, Section 6, and ORA OAR 629-605-0150, Section 1. You, board members, may ask questions of staff and counsel with the understanding that the responses must be limited to facts in the record or legal issues. With this information, the board may do any of the following: schedule written or oral argument from the state forester and any party that filed exceptions to the proposed order. B, remand the matter to the administrative law judge for further hearing on such issues as the board specifies. C, enter a final order adopting the recommendation of the administrative law judge. And D, possibly enter an amended proposed order or final order that modifies or rejects the recommendations of the administrative law judge. Okay, and are there any questions so far? And, okay, I'll remind everyone that we cannot accept new testimony. And so please limit everything to the record of legal issues. Okay, and with that, we will turn it over.
All right. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukamoto. My name is Scott Swearingen. I'm the Forest Resources Division's Field Support Manager. Again, before you is action item 3 involving the Forest Practices Act. The issue is whether Douglas County's failure to file a notification of operation related to its contracting for removal of hazard trees along Hubbard Creek Road in October 2023. Whether it violated the notice requirements of the Forest Practices Act, as you mentioned. This morning, Greg Wagenblast, Civil Penalties Administrator for ODF, and Matt DeVore, Senior Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Justice, will be presenting a summary of information from the record established by the Administrative Law Judge. After the summary presentation, considering the record and exceptions filed, the board will have 4 decision options for action with the proposed order.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukamoto. I'm Greg Wagenblast, Civil Penalty Administrator for ODF Forest Resources Division, and I'm going to go ahead and provide some background and the timelines in the case. So on October 24, 2023, lightning strikes started a series of wildfires that combined to form the Tyee Ridge complex in northern Douglas County, near and adjacent to the Hubbard Creek Road. Fire burned approximately 8,000 acres. The Tyee Ridge complex was contained in on September 28th of 2023. At that time, or during that time, ODF assigned 2 ODF incident management teams during the period to manage the large fire for the local district. Hubbard Creek Road is a county roadway under the maintenance and jurisdiction of Douglas County. The incident management teams utilized falling modules or cutters, timber fallers, to cut trees that they found to be a hazard to fire crews, structures, or roadways, including trees along Hubbard Creek Road. From approximately September 14th to September 19th, 2023, Douglas County's arborist evaluated and inventoried trees which posed a hazard to Hubbard Creek Road. Douglas County's arborist identified 279 trees to be removed from along the county road, 55 within and 224 outside of the county right-of-way. From September 25th to the 27th, Douglas County obtained consent, which is what they referred to as a license, from 3 landowners with land abutting the Hubbard Creek Road to enter their properties and remove these trees that were outside of the right-of-way. On October 18th, 2023, the Douglas County Commissioners approved those licenses for those 3 properties. Then on October 19th, 2023, ODF stewardship foresters were traveling on Hubbard Creek Road and observed tree falling activities along the roadway. The stewardship foresters had no record of notification of operations being filed for this activity in this area. The stewardship foresters discussed the issue with the county and the contractor on site during their discovery. Several discussions and requests for a notification to be filed occurred between October 19th and the issuance of the citation itself. On slide 4 here, we're going to see an activity, a picture of some of the activity area. It's not moving. Okay, we'll keep going. I know we're pressed for time here. And then slide 5 is examples of areas where the fire had burned through as an underburn under those trees. Moving on now, Douglas County Public Works Director and a county commissioner informed ODF Roseburg staff that the county would not be filing a notification after the ODF requests had been occurred. On October 30th, 2023, a citation package was issued to Douglas County for failure to notify. In abating the hazard trees along Hubbard Creek, the county contractor felled the trees, removed them from their original location on the slope above Hubbard Creek Road, limbed them, cut them into lengths consistent with the commercial timber sales, and decked them in a sort yard area. The sort yard area was established for decking the logs removed from each of the properties individually, and they were sorted by land ownership and marked that way. And at this time, I will turn it over to Matt DeVore to provide some history and some definitions for you.
Thank you, Greg. Chair Kelly, members of the board, Forester Mukomoto. I'm Matt DeVore, Assistant Attorney General with the Department of Justice in the Natural Resources section. I'm going to provide a quick history of the contested case portion of this matter. As Greg mentioned, this started in the fall of 2023. In October 30th of 2023, the department issued citations alleging that the county, by and through the Public Works Department, failed to file the notification of operation prior to beginning that forestry operation. The operation involved cutting trees along Hubbard Creek Road in the footprint of the 2023 Tyee Ridge Complex fire. Douglas County filed a request for a contested hearing, essentially an appeal of the citations. This was then referred to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a contested hearing. In pre-hearing discussions, the department and the county agreed that this matter could be resolved through motions for summary determination, which in a civil court would be called a motions for summary judgment. The administrative law judge assigned to the matter set a hearing schedule that lasted throughout much of the summer of 2024. Then in October of 2024, ALJ Smith issued a proposed order which granted the department's motion for summary determination and denied the county's motion. As part of the judge's ruling, he also issued a proposed order finding support for the department's citation. Next slide, please. Oh, let's keep going. Yep. Okay. And then the next slide. Thank you. Yeah. So these are the two rules that the operator that Douglas County was cited for, one statute and one administrative rule. Both of them require filing a notification of operation prior to beginning the operation. And as we look at what the statute and the rule require, the following slides will step through some of the specific terms that are involved in these statutes. The first one is considering who is an operator and what constitutes an operation. Next slide, please. So the terms operator and operation are defined in statute. As presented on the slide, statute defines an operator as any person who conducts an operation. And then more importantly, operation is any commercial activity relating to the establishment, management, or harvest of forestry species. And the definition of operation then gets into the issue of what is a commercial activity. And commercial is defined in the department's rules, and it's defined broadly to include not only a consideration of whether there's revenue generated from the forest products, which are the first two bullets there, but also the third and fourth bullets focus on situations where there's payment in exchange for forestry services. So not just focused on the value of the trees, but also focused on the value of forestry services. And next slide, please. Another definition that becomes important is the definition of forest land, which is defined here because this is important because the department's authority only extends to forest lands. It doesn't extend to residential or agricultural lands. Forest land is defined in the Forest Practices Act as land that's used for the growing and harvesting of forestry species, regardless of how it's zoned or taxed or how other statutes may apply to that land. The department has quite a bit of guidance that provides further details on how the term forest land is interpreted. And I'll turn it back to Greg to discuss the department's guidance.
So you can see here the guidance we've got for forest land and the definition. You know, it looks at, it doesn't matter how the ground is zoned. It's all about if it's able to grow trees and be harvested there. So we'll go on to slide 15. You'll see here, we've got guidance on forest land again. Like Matt was talking about, there is quite a bit of our guidance that provides our field folks with the definitions and practices here. The big thing here is forest land. It states that forest portions of right-of-ways are considered forest land for the Forest Practices Act. And then slide 16, county road right-of-ways are not included in ODF guidance discussion about non-forest land, but it does discuss utility right-of-ways and how they are considered for forest land or not. Move on to 17, which is Matt.
Road hazards. One of the county's primary arguments in this case was that the county was authorized to cut the trees based on the ORS 368 road hazard statutes, and that this authority preempted the Forest Practices Act. The road hazard statutes are a series of statutes that provide a few different pieces of the county's authority. One point is that landowners may not allow trees to present a danger or create a hazard to public traveling on the roads. The county may order a landowner to abate the hazard, which includes a right to a hearing. In specific situations, the county can abate the hazard through any reasonable actions. And then there's a provision in 368-271 that provides the county is exempt from liability for its reasonable actions, including but not limited to trespass or conversion. The ALJ heard the county's arguments on this point and heard the department's arguments that are summarized in the motions for summary termination. And the administrative law judge ultimately issued a ruling that, as I said, granted the department's motion, denied the county's motion, and issued a proposed order finding that Douglas County was in violation of the Forest Practices Act for not filing a notification of operations, and that its actions were not exempt from the Forest Practices Act based on the road hazard statutes. And the proposed order certainly goes into a lot more detail there, but I will not go into the details of that proposed order unless there are specific questions about it. In response to the proposed order, Douglas County filed objections. In the Administrative Procedures Act, these are called exceptions. And in those exceptions, they asserted 5 specific objections. And the exceptions are also included in the board's packet and part of the record for your consideration. The decision points. Greg, is this back to you? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so prior to the meeting, you were provided for your review the case record, administrative law judge's ruling and proposed order, as well as the exceptions that were proposed to the proposed order that were filed by the county. The Board of Forestry now needs to consider issuance of a final order involving a violation of the Forest Practices Act by Douglas County by and through the Douglas County Public Works Department. The decision point for the board are the 4 that are up here on the screen for you at this time, which Chair Kelly had covered at the start of this process. So at this point, we are going to turn it back to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, I won't repeat those again since we've got them on the screen. But the department does recommend alternative 3, that the board enter a final order adopting the recommendations of the administrative law judge as contained in the proposed order and direct the forester to sign the final order in attachment 3 as the board's final order. I'd like to just offer an opportunity here for board member thoughts and questions, and and then hopefully we can lead quickly to a motion. Liz.
Liz Power, board member. Thank you for your really logical taking us through tracking of all that was happened. When it came down to the administrative law judge, it sounded like there's a hierarchy in which he or she basically said road hazard status falls below the notification status on ORS. How do you have, I'm struggling here because I'm not an attorney or have that background, but when it came down to that, how is that determined? That they seem kind of equal, but the administrative law judge decided, yeah, no, it's not, hazard trees does not, is not prioritized over notification. Can you explain that? Is that something that is explainable?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, I will try to respond to that. One of the balancing acts that I'm trying to do here is that I can talk about facts in the record and I can provide legal advice. But if the board wanted to open this up to argument, I want to try to steer away from that unless that is the direction the board specifically wants to go. But one of the facts in the record is the proposed order. And what I would say in the proposed order is that the administrative law judge, did not necessarily go into an analysis of the two statutes being in conflict, but attempted to find a way to reconcile them so that the county could comply with both statutes. So I don't think that this proposed order has that you're looking for. It certainly exists, but probably isn't relevant to the proposed order as this was drafted.
Oh, thank you.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it did.
Heath. Chair Kelly, so I have a lot of thoughts about this. In the first instance, it's a little weird for this to go through a legal process and then come to a lay board like this, where we're supposed to try and grapple with these legal questions. I happen to be a lawyer, and I have some questions about the law here, but I am a little mystified that this is actually how the Oregon process works, that we're gonna inject ourselves in the middle of it. But I do have some policy concerns. One policy concern is the nature of our receipt of this. And we had about 30 minutes on the schedule here, and we're probably going to spend less than that unless I keep talking. And I wonder if that's right. That is to say, this clearly matters to Douglas County. This FPA violation would not have been anywhere close to as much money as they have spent on lawyers to date. They must be concerned about some precedential nature of this work. And when I was reading it, it did stand out to me that, you've kind of got a conflict here between what the county is calling an emergency and trying to address either of their road hazard abatement statute or an emergency that would create an exemption under the Forest Practices Act. And clearly ODF disagrees about the nature of that emergency. They're saying, hey, we went in and fixed the trees, this is an emergency. You're coming in late and took you a long time to put all this together. But to the degree it's that important, I feel like I don't feel like we would be doing our job to just take a very quick summary, rubber stamp the ALJ's, determination and call it good. One of the options here is an option to actually have the parties come and further explain their positions. That would actually give Matt and the agency the ability to fully answer you, Liz. That is to say, the way they would answer this question instead of just saying, here's what the ALJ order said. And for the record, I was not terribly impressed by the writing or analysis of the ALJ order. And so the last piece I would say, so there's that. And the last thing I would offer is that ODF's position kind of comes down to a sentence in their fourth brief. I actually I stayed up all night reading this stuff finally, and I should have done it earlier. But they say Douglas County's operation was not exempt. Right? That is to say, let's put aside the county road authority, whether that preempts the Forest Practices Act is something like a the appellate courts are going to have to answer if it makes it there. But under the Forest Practices Act, personally, I view this as pretty plainly, I would say, commercial activity. If we decide that it's not commercial activity because they hadn't made up their mind to sell it or not yet, that'd blow a pretty big hole in the Forest Practices Act. Like everybody would be like, well, I haven't decided to sell it. And then by the time they've got to harvest it, now you're in trouble. But I think it's probably there. The question is whether this is properly exempt from the notification requirement. And ODF answers in their brief, they say it's not exempt because the emergency nature of the threat had passed. Trees were felled outside the hazard zone recognized in ODF guidance, and the trees were processed as merchantable timber. Well, that first one, was it emergency or not? Like the briefing doesn't really grapple with that. It was on motions for summary determination. The facts are presumed. And here it seems pretty clearly to me that's a fact that the parties are not agreeing about. So it's a little weird that that's hasn't been, wrestled with. The second one, the trees were felled outside the hazard zone recognized in ODF guidance. ODF guidance provides that you can harvest them within 1.5 tree heights plus an area additional distance upslope for hazard trees or snags. And none of the briefing really grapples with whether this was too far. And the last one here is they say the trees were processed as merchantable timber. And that's one's weird to me too. On really steep ground, the idea that you're not going to leave the trees up there, you're going to have to move them. And the equipment you're going to use, if you're moving whole trees, it'd be terribly expensive and a really bad idea. The idea that they would actually limb and buck and deck them makes a lot of sense to me just for any normal hazard tree operation. And so I really fear that ODF's position on this issue, just reading this, is going to make county managers really hesitate before addressing what could be a life-threatening situation. That is to say, hazard trees falling into roads. Have I done it soon enough? Under the Labor Day fires, it took months to get the hazard trees removed. And so is it still an emergency months later? Maybe. Trees were felled outside the 1.5 tree height distance. Well, the guidance accommodates that. How far is too far? I don't know, but it's, it could be dangerous up there. And 3, their process is merchantable timber. Like, how else are they supposed to do this? And so I'm really worried that ODF's position is pretty sweeping. And I'm betting that's why Douglas County is spending so much money bringing this before us. And so with all of that set up, and I appreciate that you probably didn't have in mind a long debate about all the elements of this, I personally would be interested in having the parties appear before us to have a longer conversation about this. I realize that takes up time from the board's robust agenda on other matters, but that would be my preference. I'll wait for a motion. I don't want to try and strong arm this group in any way and make people shut me down, but I just wanted to throw that out there. This strikes me as relatively precedential. The facts here may be bad. It may be that Douglas County was this was some shenanigan, but the way I'm reading ODF's position, it's pretty sweeping, and I don't know that it lines up with what I think is good policy regarding hazard tree abatement.
Thank you, Heath. I'm not too sure where I want to go on this, but I do think about the 1.5 million acres that were burned across the state, and we'll probably have another fire year in the next couple of years that'll set another record. And along that will be much contention about hazard trees along, roadways and accesses and recreational trails and such. So I just put that out there as we want to move forward. I know that there's, we have some maybe some time limits. I don't know if we need to do the final order right now or where we want to go with it, but I just have the sense this will probably come up again at some point, and maybe it might be good to dig into it a bit.
Yeah.
Ben Doimling. Thank you, Heath, for that. And I too stayed up much later than my bedtime a couple nights getting through all of this. And I agree with you. This is potential. This is thorny. This is potentially precedent setting. I mean, I think there will be future, like Liz said, future issues where this comes up. I too am curious about what's the thinking behind this. And there are some questions about the upslope tree length, like that is unanswered, and that is a question that I have as well. That would be good to define. I don't know that we are going to learn much more. I have this sitting next to me. There's a lot of papers here. The parties had a lot of time, had a year and a half to lay out their arguments, and I've read them all. I don't know that we're going to learn much more from them. If we were, that would be interesting. But given what I've read in the record, I would be prepared to move forward with now option 3.
Brendan.
Brenda McComb for the record. So I appreciate the discussion. I think it's great. Thank you, Heath. Thank you, Liz. The way I see it, and I admit to being looking at it fairly discreetly here, is that we have a policy in place and the policy wasn't followed. And so it seems pretty straightforward to me that there's a violation here. If in the future this is an issue and we are setting a precedent, then this board can change the policy to be more accepting of trying to get in and solve this problem of hazard trees, not just in the 3.5 distance, but elsewhere, and how to do that effectively, efficiently, and really benefit the landowner. But that's not our job today. Our job today is to decide whether or not this policy was violated.
I think what you're saying, Brenda, is wise. Yeah, if we do see a problem with the policy, we need to deal with that separately. But currently, I think it's also really important. I mean, we're the Board of Forestry. It's the department. I think we want to make sure that the our Forest Practice Act has teeth, and then further, not to dismiss anything that you're saying, Heath, but the issue for me, well, two issues for me. I just am completely unconvinced that more process that we would do would lead us to having somehow an ability to have done a better job than the administrative law judge. I doubt that. 2 is just, as board chair, I feel like, I just have to sort of protect this board to make sure that we are focused on the most important stuff. And, if you're talking hours and hours for another hearing, oh my God, that's for a bunch of volunteers, that's a big ask. And there will be other things that suffer from putting that much time and energy for this board into it. So I'm also there thinking that this best alternative is the 3rd. And, clearly if there's big issues here, this will come back in some other way. And I think what Brenda said around let's identify it. Out of all of this, we haven't really identified exactly what should be different, if anything. But I think that is something we need to pay attention to. Any other thoughts? In that case, I would entertain a motion.
Chair Kelly, Ben Dweimling, I would move to adopt option 3.
Okay, it's been moved to adopt option 3. Do I have a second?
Brenda McComb, second.
And Brenda McComb has seconded that motion. And so with that, we will vote to a vote. So I'll call the roll. Liz, Powell.
Aye.
And I don't have the list here in front of me. So yeah, Heath Curtis.
No.
No. Ben Dweimling.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
And I will vote yes as well. And with that, the motion passes on a 6-1 vote to adopt number 3.
Chair Kelly, if I may,
You bet.
I would just implore the agency. I do think this largely hinged around the agency's position that it was too far upslope, too late, that there wasn't an emergency, and that, you know, they did a little too much processing to make it look mill ready, for your comfort regarding a harvest absent a notification. Those are all pretty squishy to me, and I would just ask ODF, spend some time thinking about how they can make it clear to landowners, and specifically counties addressing roads, how far is too far, how late is too late, and how much processing is too much processing. I think that those are unanswered questions that have caused Douglas County to spend a lot of money to get it here and for us to summarily dismiss their concerns.
Appreciate it. With that, that matter is settled, and we're a half hour behind schedule. So at this point, well, we still need a break. So it is 10:47, and if we could take a break and come back at 11, so just over 10 minutes.
Great. Well, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, my name is Mike Cafferetta. I'm the District Forester in Forest Grove, responsible for implementing fire protection and implementation of the Forest Practice Act in that area. And I'm here today to honor and recognize my coworker, John Krause, for 45 years of service with the Oregon Department of Forestry. And with John is his wife, Susan, and his two boys, Ben and Derek, and their families. I'd like to welcome them and thank them for giving us John's time for 45 years during the day. And I'll point out nighttime on fires and early mornings, helping us chase down lightning strikes and those kind of things. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for John's time. I'll probably just offer a few comments about John's career and then turn over to John for maybe a few words as well before we toss it back to you at the Board of Forestry. So John started in 1979 on the Elliott State Forest, hired by Jerry Phillips. We all have memories of Jerry Phillips and the work he did there in the Elliott. And also here that one of John's mentors, Tom Savage, so I kind of want to say hi to Tom too. Tom has been here in front of the Board of Forestry many times. He retired as a district forester in Astoria a few years ago. So good to see Tom in the audience. One of the comments from that time in Coos Bay from Jerry Phillips was, put your wet corks on and get to work. So that's where John learned to do forestry under Tom's leadership and Jerry Phillips and the whole crowd there in Coos Bay. And then after 6 years of working in the rain and the steep ground, moved north to Columbia City, where he's been a stewardship forester ever since. And John, I've heard you say that Columbia City, it was just a great place. You know, I could probably grow old here. Not that you've done that yet, but you spent a few years there in Columbia City, 39 years as a stewardship forester for us in Columbia City. So, you know, there's a few things about that time that I think are worth mentioning. And some people come to these meetings and think the Forest Practice Act is static, that it is what it is and that's how it works. John's probably here to tell you that that's not right. So during that time, at the beginning, there were class 1, 2, and 3 streams based on the number of fish. So you would count fish in the pools and how big were the fish. And then based on that, you decide the rules to implement with the loggers. And another thing, they went to fish, non-fish, and then you had to leave 75% of the pre-operation shade over the stream. And they issued John this little dandy tool, a densiometer, where you would sit in the riparian area and hold it at a certain angle and then count the number of squares that had shade and try and leave 75% of them. So pretty complex.
Yeah, pretty tough.
Job you had there. I'll give you that densiometer. That's yours actually, obviously, from your desk. So then, of course, over the years, they added to that with all the other regulations that we now see as today's Forest Practices Act. And John has lived that change, that dynamicism, if that's even a word, helping landowners and operators learn those new rules and carrying those new rules that you have adopted and we, the Department of Forestry, implement. And John's been the boots on the ground, helping people with that transition through all those transitions. John recognizes that those landowners and logging community really want to comply, that they're honest Oregonians working hard, and his job was to help them be in compliance with Oregon's forest laws. That's a partnership. That's a relationship there where they count on him to help them be successful. And that's a culture that we carry in Forest Grove. John's a big part of that, and we really appreciate that. And over the years, he's helped generations of us learn that. John took me out as a brand new stewardship forester and helped me understand that rule of how we do our business and how we help people be successful. He's done that with all of our staff in Forest Grove at various times. He does that with our Salem staff. I could probably ask how many Salem staff in the audience have been out with John Krause, and almost all of them would put their hands up. That's one of his specialties of helping people through that. Let's see. Some other things I might mention. Another specialty John has had is the transition from paper everything to now our computer notification system and our mobile apps that help us do business. You know, when we started, it was really hard to know where things were. You had to pull out one notification at a time. And learning how to go from that to a computer has been one of John's specialties, helping us as an expert in Forest Grove, helping everybody, and then helping Salem get it right. He even presented at a Society of American Foresters conference on how Oregon does this as a part of sharing that knowledge around the industry. And then another thing I would say is that John carried his cell phone all the time, that the logging community does not work from 8 to 5, and helping them be successful involves answering the phone before 8 o'clock in the morning and after 5 o'clock at night. John has always done that as a way to help that his community be successful. And I think that's, partly why he was recognized by the governor as Ambassador of Public Service, an appreciation award that he met with the governor in the spring and represented you and represented the Oregon Department of Forestry as Ambassador of Public Service. So it's a remarkable career, 45 years and 39 of it in Forest Grove, helping those landowners be successful. On behalf of you and the Department of Forestry, especially Forest Grove, I want to congratulate and thank you for that time. And we're all going to miss him. We're going to miss him locally. They'll miss him from Salem, excuse me, and you will miss him as the implementer of your new rules. So, John, I have a beautiful little clock here, part of your service award.
Thank you.
And a plaque recognizing 45 years of service. Give that to you
Thank you.
and say thank you and congratulations.
Thank you
Now I'll
so
turn the
much.
microphone over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to show my appreciation for ODF, and I got into forestry. I grew up in Alaska, and I learned to love the outdoors. And so from an early age, I knew I wanted to be in the woods and found forestry and went to Washington State University, graduated from there. And Jerry Phillips called me up. And I know, Cal, you know Jerry quite well. You're good friends of his before he passed away last year. But Jerry was the district forester on the Elliott State Forest from 1956 to 1989. And he called me up one day after I graduated from college, a few weeks after I graduated. And he goes, John, we have a position down here on the Reedsport side of the Elliott. We'd like you to come down and apply for, which I did. And I fortunate to get that job. And if it wasn't for Jerry, I would not have met my wife, who lived at Reedsport at the time. We've been married for 44 years. And it was a blessing to have Jerry be part of my life. The other blessing I had was Tom Savage. He was the lead forester on the Umpqua timber team. And he was a couple years older than me, quite a bit more experienced, extremely hard worker, and he was my mentor. And I appreciate Tom being here today. It means a lot to me. ODF is a great agency, a great place to work. When I moved up to Columbia County, the ground was fairly gentle. It wasn't that brushy. It wasn't all that wet. The landowners and operators were extremely enjoyable to work with, and the relationships that I've established over the 39 years of working up there has been so gratifying to me. And these are people that the landowners and operators, Rory Reeves right here sitting behind me. I've known him from 1986. He retired, and his son-in-law runs the day-to-day operations of the company, Mark Clark. And it's my privilege to nominate Reeves for Operator of the Year, and I'm so pleased that they received that award. And so it's been a great career. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto, I just really thank you for this opportunity to be here as part of this meeting and to receive this award. Thank you so much.
John, one thing I've noticed since I've been on this board is that ODF retirees often keep coming back. Are you really going to stay away?
I am going to stay away. My phone is going to be on, but yeah, I'll answer my phone, but I don't plan on coming back to work.
All right. Well, but along that theme, it seems that you're presenting for the next agenda item here.
I am. Yes.
Great. So we'll move on to our Operator of the Year
Okay.
presentations, and you and Scott Swearingen are going to,
Okay.
as I understand it.
Sounds good. I'll just
Thank you.
change chairs. All right, ready?
Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
Good morning again, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. My name is Scott Swearingen. I'm the Forest Resources Division's Field Support Unit Manager. Today we'll start with a staff presentation detailing the Operator of the Year Award Program and the award recipients' work. After the presentation, we'll ask each operator to the front to receive their award and recognition. We'll take photos after we adjourn for lunch. Board members are invited to join the award recipients, their guests, and staff in the class-up room for refreshments. And with that, we want to get a little bit more work out of John here, so he's going to give the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm John Krause, a recently retired stewardship forester for the Columbia City unit of the Forest Grove District. This morning, we'll first review the Operator Recognition Program. Then we will play videos capturing the work done by the 2024 Operators of the Year. To conclude, we'll invite you to recognize the operators for their excellent work. Do we have slides going? Okay. Now let's take a look at the recognition program goals, which are to recognize operators who consistently and voluntarily perform above the Oregon Forest Practices Act minimum requirements, and to improve public understanding of the Forest Practices Act, its administration, and its effectiveness in protecting natural resources. These are derived from the Oregon Revised Statutes and the Forestry Program for Oregon under Goal D. ORS 527-630 states that the Oregon Forest Practices Act policy and Goal D strives to protect and improve the physical and biological quality of soil and water resources of Oregon forests through the administration of the Forest Practices Act. The department's effort to honor the work that exceeds in a good way natural resource protection requirements includes recognizing excellent performance at 3 levels. First, the department and board may recognize the Operators of the Year for each region, Eastern, Northwest, and Southwest. The board typically relies on the Regional Forest Practices Committees with the assistance from the Forest Resource Division staff and stewardship foresters to review the Operator of the Year nominations. Second, the regional committees may grant merit awards to recognize an operator's outstanding work, but only if the operator was nominated for the Operator of the Year award. Third, commendation letters provide local recognition by an ODF district for high-quality work. Operators may be nominated by anyone, but typically stewardship foresters, various logging association members, industry members, landowners, and community leaders nominate operators they see doing an exemplary job, like Wyatt Dunlap and Justin Helgrid of Roseburg Forest Products Company, Corey Copeland, William Berg, Mark Alsop, and Megan Tuttle of Weyerhaeuser Company, Jeremy Gross of Green Diamond Mountain Management Company, Chris Monday of NRCS, Unit Foresters Tracy Brostrom and Kevin Burden, and Stewardship Foresters Doug Thackeray, Cody Johansson, Tanner Scott, Riley Sitton, and myself. The Operators of the Year are selected based on 5 criteria, which are consistency. The committee assesses whether the operator has a history of performing above the Forest Practices Act minimum requirements. Difficulty, did the operation include streams, lakes, or rivers, challenging topography or critical habitat? Essentially, was this an atypical operation that required particular care and skill to be successful? Innovation and extra effort. The committee asks whether the operator implemented a new technology or strategy in its operation, or did the operator exert extra caution and effort to ensure it both complied with and performed above the Forest Practices Act minimum requirements. Results. The committee and department staff assesses whether the nominees achieve the intent of the Forest Practices Act and the results you ask the department achieve through the rules and your leadership. Financial risk to an operator. The nominees are also graded on whether, in addition to their business risk, they took on additional financial risk to achieve exemplary results. The Regional Forest Practices Committee members select the Operators of the Year by either touring the sites or reviewing videos that capture the operations and reviewing the nomination applications. They then deliberate as a committee to select the Operator of the Year and name any merit award recipients. After the recipients are selected, the department works with the various outlets to achieve the second goal, educating people about the Forest Practices Act and how it works. The department recognizes the Operator of the Year at the Association Oregon Loggers and the Oregon Small Woodlands Association annual meetings, the Oregon Logging Conference, and through media coverage and using various ODF venues, including social media. Before we look at the 2024 Operators of the Year, we would like to share with you the 2024 Merit Award recipients. The Merit Award recipients for 2024 are from Eastern Oregon Region, Arrowhead Logging of Prineville, Green Diamond Resources Company of Klamath Falls, from Southwest Oregon Region, Brothers Excavation and Construction of Central Point. And finally, from Northwest Oregon Region, Card Logging Company of Eugene, Chilton Logging of Woodland, Washington, Haley Construction Company of Lebanon, Mount St. Helens Reforestation of Chehalis, Washington, Weyerhaeuser NR Company Logging of Springfield. Chair Kelly, members of the board, before we turn to the videos that highlight the operator's work, I would like to thank Jim Gershbach, ODF Public Affairs Specialist, for his excellent work in preparing these videos. Before we show the videos, are there any questions that we can answer about the recognition program? Okay. So now let's take a look at the 2024 Operators of the Year. The Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year, BTO Forestry Solutions of Enterprise, earned the award for their efforts as a consistently responsible logging company since 1966 and for taking on challenging harvest operations. Mike Wiedemann, owner of BTO Forestry Solutions, earned the Operator of the Year for tackling a timber harvest on steep slopes leading down to a fish-bearing stream in canyonlands of Wallowa County. Methodical planning and experience allowed BTO Forestry Solutions to develop a harvest plan and layout to achieve the goals of the landowner while protecting resources in a unit with challenging terrain. BTO Forestry protected stream buffers, water quality, steep slopes, and the safety of the crew while working on Wallowa County canyonlands with skyline spans of over 5,000 feet. Because of a lack of anchor stumps, Mike had to utilize extra dozers to serve as anchors for those long span cables. Mike also modified his yarder to ensure enough suspension so logs did not create ruts as they were hauled upslope. BTO Forestry has successfully faced these types of challenges and completed their operations while protecting the resources and their crew consistently for many years. Yeah.
I started out the fall of 1966, just out of high school. First job setting chokers on the high lead. We're based in Enterprise, but we go all over Eastern Oregon.
We're in Northeast Oregon, Wallowa County. We're on the breaks of the Grand Ronde River, just north and east of La Grande. You get into the canyons, they're deep, they're steep. There's places that it's straight up and down.
It's about steeper than a cow's face. If you're familiar with a cow, that's about how steep it is around here.
It's a mixed conifer stand with a little bit of everything in it. So what's here is probably, I'm guessing, 80 to 100 years old, maybe.
This is pretty typical kind of job we do. We're long span skyline.
This was logged, it was high lead cable logging with a carriage. Long span, we typically call long span anything over a couple thousand feet, 2,500 feet long span. It's too long of a span to do tethered. And this was all hand cut because it's too steep for a buncher.
Well, I actually turned this job down twice. And since I'm getting close to retirement, I kind of told Hancock, all right, I'll do the tough one. And this is a tough one. One part of it, we had our skylight out over 5,000 feet. And logging over 2 ridges with hardly any lift. It's a tough job.
And there's a couple spots here where they got a couple little ridges they're going over. When you got the belly of your line, you can't get over those ridges.
Anybody that's familiar with skylight logging knows that if you're out 5,000 feet, somewhere in the middle of that thing, there's probably going to be about a 500-foot belly. So you better have 500 foot of lift over to the center of your skyline, or you're not going to be able to log it.
And so that's the thing that you're always thinking about, where to put the yarder. You're meticulously trying to put it in the most advantageous position to gain that lift into deflection so you can get your carriage back there. You can get the logs over the ridge without big gouges. Always have one end suspension. There again, looking at forest practices and not trying to disturb the ground.
Probably the biggest challenge other than the distance is the tail holds.
You got a lot of weight there that you need a good tail hold just to get your line up. That's without even doing any logging on it.
Limited amount of tail holds. Places we couldn't get the tail hold cat. We had to actually build roads in the back end to get the cat to where we needed it.
So he's got 4 bulldozers that he hooks to those guy lines hooked to the cat. The cat, a lot of those cats weigh 60 to 80,000 pounds. And that's a good anchor, because that's what holds your machine up when you've got 60,000 pounds of weight out 5,000 feet.
Where the skyline's hooked up right now, we're out about 4,100 feet. We're logging about 3,500. And there's a big 140-foot stream buffer in the bottom.
Years ago when Mike started this, they didn't have these long reaches because we were looking at these plateaus and some of the shorter areas, to harvest because it was easier, it's cheaper. As we've logged some of these areas, we're going into the canyons, and now we're 3,500 feet to the creek from the road. And Mike has adapted his machine to be able to make these reaches, make it pay.
We used to have logging engineers for the companies we work for, but not anymore. So not only are you a logger now you're that logging engineer to figure out these jobs. When you look at these big, long skyline jobs, the trick is to look at both ends in the middle, walk them, get it all figured out before you start.
He said on one job it took him 2 days to get the yarder in, get the lines out, get rigged up so he could start logging. You don't make any money when you're not yarding. So there's a lot of ingenuity, there's a lot of probably a couple sleepless nights or 2 thinking about, man, how am I going to get that stuff over there?
We try to get as much full suspension as we possibly can to protect the soils, and so that's the objective of what we're doing, is to protect the soils so they don't erode. So once the logs reach the carriage, they're just basically just flying through the air till they get close to the land. The light loads because we're out so far and the tail holds aren't very good.
He's taken the drums on his machine. I think he told me that he's added a couple inches on the flanges of the drums, which it allows your drum to hold more line. Because if you're down there 3,500 feet, because I think when one of those machines comes out from the factory, it only holds like 2,800 feet. So you either tagging on all the time, or if you build your flanges up, you've got one chunk of line that you can go all the way to the creek, reach everything that you want to reach.
We run an Eagle carriage, Eagle 2, and the reason we run that is that they invented it for us. We were the first company to run Eagle Sky cars over shackles, and so the Bakers invented that car for us, and we've had the first car in '84. We proofed it and made improvements on it over the years, and we're probably the only company left that still runs those 40-year-old carriages, but we know what makes them work.
You know, Mike's been doing this for 40 plus years. He understands it, he can adapt to it, he knows what to expect. He knows the outcome, he knows what the landowner wants.
If you've been in business for 40 some years, and you must be pretty good at it, I think.
Next is the Southwest Oregon Region winner, D&H Logging of Coos Bay, that earned the award for its diligent planning and harvesting practices. The company has a record of long-term conscientious logging practices that meet or exceed the Oregon Forest Practices Act. Their thoughtful planning and innovative techniques allowed them to protect medium and small fish-bearing streams, small non-perennial streams, and restricted equipment limitation zones along tributary streams, successfully harvesting the unit with no damage to the streams or their buffers. D&H Logging made extra efforts to protect the stream buffers and new protection zones by changing yarding patterns and spans of over 3,000 feet. Their efforts left healthy, intact buffers and minimal soil disturbance. The owner and crew maintained excellent communication and coordination with the landowner and ODF throughout the entire harvest. They thoroughly trained their crews in the new Forest Practices Act rules that went into effect in 2024, which helped them meet the new resource protection standards and still operate safely.
I've been out here working in the woods since 1975, so seen a lot of changes. The Oregon Forest Practices Act has amended their Practice Act over 30 times since 1972, and in 2023 there was over 100 changes. So there's a lot of new rules out here.
The new rules added quite a few new buffers and wider buffers to this unit. So logging around them from the unit, from the landings we already had set up, was going to be a challenge, and without damaging the buffers. The buffers in the bottom of this unit would have been a 75-foot SSBT or 70-foot SSBT, but have now been expanded to 110 feet. So that's 35 extra feet of buffer that we have to protect. And then each of these draws in the old rules would not have had a buffer in it at all. We would have been able to log the entire thing. But now some of them have 75-foot small non-perennials, and then that extend up 800 feet off the end of the small non-perennial into RELZs that also require protection. So all three of these draws in this unit now require protection, where in the old rules they would not have.
D&H did a really good job with these new requirements. When I come out and look at something, I'm looking to see that it's there, but also how well it was done. And in this case, it was exemplary. The trees, they're in really good shape. There's no limbs busted off. They look great.
With this being the first new rule unit that D&H had done, Brad did an amazing job portraying these new rules to the cutting, to his crew, and taking time to learn these new rules and really care about what he was protecting.
Downloading the Venza maps. I'll have my crew download them, the cutters will download them, because these units, these RLZs are not marked. But if you have your Venza map with you on your phone while you're working down there, you know you're in an area that you can only fall timber in a certain direction, or an area that you have to try to leave the 6-inch and smaller vegetation that's in that area.
We left the felled wood inside the buffer and yarded wood from the other side across it and used that wood that was fell in there as kind of a protection for to not have skid roads through it. And then we'd go back later and pull that out before we changed roads so that that area was preserved.
You look at this unit, there's many places that we had to hang through and across, and the crew did an excellent job.
Brad also went above and beyond by limiting his roads through the buffers like the one behind me, and his crew pulled a long ways on that back hillside to reach into that corner, so they took away one road that they had to hang through the buffer. So there's just little things like that, minimizing impact on the buffer that cost him more time and more money. They are getting fewer logs by working around these limitation zones, extra buffers. They're pulling further to limit the damage to these riparian areas. All of this comes at a time cost and less logs, less production, which ultimately comes back on the logger. And so, yeah, there's a lot of financial risk.
You might have to end up logging it from a different landing than you wanted to in order to protect certain resources that are in the unit. So it can end up being more costly. It can end up being more dangerous for crew because you're leaving more standing timber that they have to log around.
It had a variety of species, a lot of spruce, a lot of hemlock, a lot of Doug fir, alder, big leaf maple. But in order to accommodate that many species and that many sorts, you need a big landing space.
We're out in the Coast Range here, steep ground, maybe not a lot of places to build landings.
Brad brought in his own equipment to build a small step landing for the yarder to sit on so that he had enough room to accommodate all these sorts for all these species.
We had to reach out a long ways. We were out over 3,000 feet across the canyon trying to get enough lift up over the hump and some of those buffers in order to get the timber to the landing.
And that's just another example of how D&H goes out of their way to find solutions.
And coming out to this unit, I drove it along here and looked at it, and it's just rock solid. It looks great. They did everything they needed to do, and then some.
They make it very easy on me when they come into a unit because they know what they're doing and they do it efficiently, and there's never an issue.
Finally, the Northwest Oregon Region winners work done by R.D. Reeves Construction of Rainier earned the award for their efforts as a consistently conscientious logging company. This company began in 1969 and has not had a citation in the 55 years they've been in business. The company goes above and beyond in their pre-operational planning efforts. Protection of the resources is a high priority for this company. They take preventative actions to protect water quality, for example, by installing silt fences and hay bales if there's even a slight chance sediment might reach a stream or wetland. The company is innovative in their use of new tools and technologies for harvesting. The nominated operation area had protected resources including streams, a riparian management area running through the middle of the unit, wetlands, roads, steep slopes requiring HLHL protection with downstream homes adjacent to the harvest unit. The company's attention to detail is demonstrated when they finish an operation. Thorough cleanup, maintenance are completed prior to leaving the site, so assuring that there are no issues in the future after they have gone.
R.D. Reeves has been in business since 1969, and Roy Reeves started the company. He grew up in Claskeneye. He loves being out in the woods. He's shared that enthusiasm with the people that he hires. He knows every individual worker that works for him, and he takes great pride in doing the job out here.
One thing about R.D. Reeves Construction that is noteworthy is that over the almost 55 years that they've been in business, we've actually managed to stay in this location for a long time. We've operated in Columbia and Washington County, and we've moved through 3 major industrial landowners, and yet we're still logging in the same area. That speaks volume of the operators that work for us and the type of work they do.
One of our core values at Weyerhaeuser is sustainability. So that's something that has to be there from the beginning when we choose who we're going to work with. That's one of the things that we value in our relationship with Reeves, is their belief in that core value as well. They very conscientious about the environment and the potential impact they can have on the environment during harvest. Their values match ours.
Yeah, protecting the natural resources in the water it's a real high priority here at Reeves. That's something we've always watched out for. You know, Mark puts out silt fences. We always have hay bales on the job, if we need them.
They are consistently doing the right thing preemptively, looking for ways that they can prevent any sort of sediment delivery issues or any negative impacts to the environment, and just doing their job in an impeccable way.
Attention to detail is certainly one of their core strengths. We do a thorough kind of preparation prior to harvest, but Reeves certainly goes above and beyond.
So one of the things that I really appreciate about Reeves Construction is how they anticipate potential problems and then take corrective action before they really need to. And to give you an example of that is silt fences along this haul road over here. This was a job that was started in the winter, and we're in the Coast Range where we get an enormous amount of rain, we get intense storms, and one of the things that they do is they go out ahead of time and they see where these potential problems are. They put these silt fences up, they'll put hay bales up, they'll look at where maybe additional rock needs to be placed to keep from that pumping when they're hauling on that road surface. And not every operator does that. Some operators are more reactive. They're very proactive.
One of the things we love about working with Reeves is their attention to detail in not just the preparation that they put into pre-harvest planning, but also during harvest. They're very conscientious about all the activities kind of throughout the whole process.
This unit, our challenges have been the buffers. We have a large buffer that goes right up through the middle of the unit, and we have other non-fish bearing streams on the sides and some leading into that buffer. That's been a challenge for us, and keeping the ditches and everything clean. We've had snow up here and a lot of rain, so a lot of water coming through. We've got some low areas where water settles.
Reeves have really stayed on top of the technology. They've purchased 3 Tiger Cats that have the ability to tether log, and that basically allows them to fall trees on very steep ground over 60%. And they also use all the latest in computers and drones and the technology it takes to process and produce the wood on the ground efficiently and effectively. And it also helps to protect the resources, because if you're out there and you have the right equipment, you're going to do less disturbance to the ground, and you're going to keep the water cleaner.
After R.D. Reeves is done, there's generally clean flowing water even in the areas where they were tracking back and forth pretty heavily. I mean, we have to go through some of those areas to get the logs out, but they take caution in doing so and try to minimize any sort of damage.
That's something that we really put a lot of effort into. We clean the ditches, clean up our landings, and everything is looking good when we leave, and we get a lot of compliments for that.
You can rest assured that when RD Reeves finishes his job, that the resources are protected and water quality is protected. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forestry Mukomoto, these are your 2024 Operators of the Year. Do you have any questions?
Joseph.
Well, thanks, John. And thanks. I remember working with you years ago back in Columbia City when I was just a little firefighter back there. So
Right, I remember that.
yeah, so there's, people in your career that help, guide you and inspire you to, do different things in profession. And John was one of those people. So along with other stewardship foresters there in Columbia City, which kind of got me down the track. So appreciate that, John. I just want to point out, Mike Wiedemann, I may be at fault of giving him all these easy jobs for the last 25 years. But I reminded Mike of the very first job that we worked on together. He didn't really remember, but I remember it because it happens to be right along Cabbage Hill on Dead Man's Pass. And you can see that logging job from the highway, from the freeway as you travel. And of course, I look at those trees. You can hardly tell there's a logging job there again, right now. If you look at it, I would challenge anybody to see that, that where it is. But, that was a very difficult logging job where he was hanging. I think Mike and he remembered it about 4,000 feet and just kind of wrapping up in this job. So the one thing I would say, and I think it applies to all, folks that are doing this kind of work, this is hazardous, dangerous work. And I really appreciate Mike, taking on these kind of jobs and doing it so safely, quite frankly. I think the work that it takes to do this work on all these operators, to do this work safely and make sure their people go home every day is incredibly. And I know firsthand with Mike, if he sees anything that would in any way jeopardize somebody's safety, he is going to be on you and he's going to be telling you that. And he takes that very seriously. So that's something I've always really, really respected so much about Mike. And I know that's happening across our industry everywhere because this is difficult, hard work, technically hard to do and to do it safely. So I just really appreciate, this is one of the greatest days of being on the board is this day. This is a great day to hear this and see this. And of course, it's my world, but I really appreciate the work that all of the operators are doing. Thank you.
For the record, Bob Van Dyke. I think it'd be fair to call me a member of the environmental or the conservation community. And so I want to be clear to say that how much I appreciate the work that you do, that the logging community is doing difficult work, dangerous work. It requires a lot of creativity. It requires a lot of thoughtfulness. To do it well requires the kind of proactive efforts we saw here. It requires you to comply with forest practice rules that are sometimes not as well crafted, I will say, as they should be done. So we all rely on you to do that work well and to protect these resources. So I just wanted to I know sometimes folks in the conservation community, they may not like a policy or something that's happening, and they point at the loggers themselves. And that's just a basic mistake. I think you guys are all out there doing a job for us. If folks don't like it, they can go to the Board of Forestry or the legislature to talk about policy changes that are needed. So anyway, I just want to be clear and say today how much I appreciate it. And I also want to say hi to Mr. Savage, who I've not seen for some time. Thank you.
Well, I just want to repeat what Joseph said. This is a really fun day for us, and so we Yeah, I want to really just repeat what everybody says. This is just great to see this kind of work and the care that is being taken. So we look forward, we're going to break here for lunch. We look forward to having lunch together and some pictures taken. And just want to congratulate each and every one of you. We're going to hand out the plaques.
Okay, now we would like to recognize BTO Forestry Solutions for the Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award. Next is D&H Logging for the Southwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award. And finally, we have RD Reeves Construction for the Northwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I got my family close, so that's, yeah, a great part of the state, too. Yes.
Okay. Everybody,
Have a safe trip home. Thank you. Okay.
I see Josh back there. That's kind of fun not to have an audience. They all left.
We
Yeah.
still have Stacy and Casey back there.
We have a very small audience. Okay, we're back in session and our next item on the agenda is the annual update on the adaptive management program, and our main presenter will be Josh Barnard, and you are coming up, Josh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry. The legislative session, information wildfire funding group update. I looked at the wrong place on the page. 12:45, 1:45, you know what difference to me. Go ahead, Derek.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, thank you so much for having me back. My name is Derek Wheeler. I'm the legislative coordinator for the department. I've been tasked with giving you a brief primer of the legislative process, how the department engages in that, how you can all engage in that. I don't want to be schoolhouse rocky, but I'm going to take you a little bit down that path. So my apologies if some of this is redundant, but I want to walk through how a bill actually does become a law and how that gets engaged. So it starts very simple. Every agency has the opportunity to draft a bill. The governor's office, bills, I should say. The governor's office also has the opportunity in every legislature. So bills originate from those three entities, and then they go into the legislative process. From there, they're either directed towards the House or the Senate. I'll use a very quick and easy example of how this moves through for a simple policy bill that lands in the Senate. A bill, again, would go to the Senate where it would be assigned to a specific policy committee. Most often in our case, that would be the Senate Natural Resources and Wildfire Committee chaired by Senator Gould. If the bill has any legs, it will move forward to what is called a public hearing. And in terms of how the department engages and how the board, as well as citizens in general, can engage, when a bill goes to public hearing, thank you, Kyle. When it goes to public hearing, that really opens the door for discussing the bill. That is where people will be able to voice their support or opposition to a bill. And that is also where the department or any other constituent group could start working on amendment language to change that. So as that bill has support or doesn't and moves, or is amended or isn't, it would either be, it would need to be passed out of committee. That's an important milestone for any bill. Once it is passed out of committee, then it would go, in this case, to the Senate floor to be passed. If it passes there, then the process essentially starts over again. It'll move from the Senate to the House and then begin the process one more time, going to a committee, going to a public hearing. Got it? And then being amended or discussed again. So I wanted to give you that example because that's a very simple policy example. Other bills take slightly different routes, and I think it's worth pointing out how that goes. When you're talking about a bill that is complex, that is expensive, like Senate Bill 762 was, it takes a slightly different route where enacting the provisions of the bill would be costly, right? 762 was a large bill, and so that bill started in the legislature, went to the Senate, went to the appropriate committee where the bill was formed through amendment process, over and over, continually amended. After that, it got voted out of committee, but into what's called Ways and Means. And that's a big pot in the legislative process. So in Ways and Means, all other bills like 762, or other bills that just simply cost a lot of money to enact, they will get it voted into Ways and Means. In Ways and Means, it is the legislator's job to figure out priorities. They'll look at how much money is available to the state for them to spend and look through these long list of bills and prioritize what actually gets sponsored and passed out. So that is how a complex bill goes through. And then with the GRB, it takes a slightly different thing with the governor's recommended budget. That starts its legislative journey already in Ways and Means and stays in Ways and Means the entire time.
I tell you all of that because I wanted to explain how the department is able to engage as we go through this process and how others are. We are an executive agency, so it is incredibly rare for an executive agency to take a stance on any bill other than the ones that we put in. So, for instance, in my tenure here, have never taken a position for or against. I would have to ask the governor's office to do that, and I haven't even done that. Certainly some bills I'm more of a fan of than others, but still, we rarely ever take positions. In terms of when a bill is moving through those processes, there are specific windows that it's very important to be engaged, both for us and for anybody else. When a bill is being crafted through the public hearing to a vote through a committee, it's in those committees that a bill is actually crafted. And so I wanted to also talk about how you could be engaged as board members in this. And you'd be maybe quite often asked to speak to bills or submit testimony. And I would reiterate that you wouldn't be speaking on behalf of the board. You, like all citizens, would have every opportunity to engage in the legislative process, whether that's submitting testimony or speaking to the bill during committee hearings. But I would advise that you take your board hat off and simply wear your personal hat as you are speaking to any one of these bills. The same goes for any governor's recommended budget or anything that finds itself in the Ways and Means process to be funded. With that, I'll switch gears a little bit and talk about a few important dates that are coming up. The first one is January 21st. That is the first day of session. That is a Tuesday. And that's where we start. Typically, we have about a 5.5-month session during the odd years. And so January 1 is when, for me, it really begins. There are two revenue forecasts that happen throughout the session. The first one is February 26th, and the second one is May 14th. These are important dates for us, and those are important forecasts. When I say that Ways and Means is considering agency budgets like our particular GRB or expensive bills like 762, the legislature needs to know how much money they have available to spend. And that the revenue forecasts that happen first in February and then the final one in May is what tells them how much money is at their fingertips. And it's from that point on that they can really start digging in and prioritizing which bills or which agency budgets or which programs actually get voted on and make it out of the process. Another important date for me in particular is the first chamber deadline. Go back to my example where a bill hits the legislature and must go into a committee on the Senate side. If that bill is going to move forward, it needs to have been voted out of that first committee by the first chamber deadline of April 9th. If that bill is not passed out of that first committee by April 9th, that bill is dead. Cannot move forward for the rest of the session. Conversely, as you're going down the session, there's a second chamber deadline, and that's May 23rd. If a bill hasn't been voted out of that second committee, it is dead. These are important dates for us, and particularly for me, because at the beginning of the session, I may be tracking hundreds and hundreds of bills. If they haven't made it through that first committee by April 9th, I don't have to worry about it anymore. And so it's a big day for me. So as we're going into this, I wanted to bring up a few keeping your finger on the pulse things as the session's coming in. We will be talking about funding. Kyle, in particular, the department has started a wildfire funding workgroup to look at how we fund wildfire. But I have to caution that the department is hardly the only agency that is going to the legislature looking for available cash. The Department of Transportation, Education, Housing, these are all policy purviews and agencies that are looking for a lot of money to fill out the needs in their programs as well. And so I say that all to say, as we go into the legislature this year, we're not the only ones looking for money. It is going to be an interesting session, to say the least, with that. Again, I would point back to the revenue forecasts as they come in, because they will be closely watched. One other topic I'd like to put on everybody's radar is the private forest accords. We received some money in the GRB. but there are still some outstanding needs with the GRB. Accordingly, the department cannot speak to any bill outside of the GRB. And so those funding needs would fall into engagement for primarily, in this case, the authors of the private forest accords. I failed to talk about how much we can and cannot engage. And one of those things that there's a fine line right there is anything beyond the GRB is outside of our scope. Forest management, that's come up quite a bit. And I would say I heard a lot about it during the special session recently. A lot of the fires were blamed on forest management, either state or federal. I think largely it was directed towards the federal management of forests, but I would say that will be a hot topic in this legislative environment. Obviously, the Oregon Department of Forestry has very little say in what our federal partners do, and the same thing for the legislators themselves. But I do look towards a few resolutions to try and nudge our federal contingents in a more proactive forest management direction. That I do expect. I also expect that there may be some policy or some decisions that would try and build out our working with the federal agencies, that being FFR, GNA, or the 20-year strategy, to try and build out those programs. I would envision that to happen. From a forest management perspective from the state, I have to direct some of the ire, or I would say that a lot of ire has been directed towards the state HCP. And I've heard a few proposals, and I would characterize all the proposals that I've heard so far as the state forest HCP is happening. What's next? So I would say that these next policies understand that reality and are moving towards, okay, what is the next move so that we can all work with this. And then lastly, again, the elephant in the room is wildfire. We are looking at a significant project, and I will turn that over to Kyle.
Thanks, Derek. Chair Kelly, members of the board, for the record again. Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations here at ODF. Yeah, in respect for the agenda, I'm going to give you a really quick update on where we are with the Oregon Wildfire Funding Workgroup. I would say if we were at a horse race, you'd be hearing in the background, and down the stretch they come. We are really close to the point where we will be moving forward, sharing the alternative funding strategies that the now or recently known as Fire 35, our work group members themselves, have been pouring over since June. Obviously, I've been in front of you guys a couple times with these updates. We've been meeting monthly, bi-weekly, weekly since June. And it's been a really productive, positive experience from my perspective. It's not new. This conversation, obviously, it's certainly reaching an apex, as we saw with the special session a couple weeks ago, in terms of need for the agencies that are both involved. And our Fire 35 group are really embracing that and have come and they have engaged genuinely. They have been creative. They have been vulnerable. And at the end of it, I think we're going to really have a good package of potential solutions that the legislators could move forward. In terms of numbers, right, I think we've all heard that that group came up with somewhere north of 70 individual potential options as they were working through if there was no hindrance on the solution, would you do it? So we put 70 items on the whiteboard. And then the budget note directed the work group to really start to refine those through a process of, okay, how viable is it? What sort of revenue would it produce? What would the barriers to implementation be? And so as you start to work them through that filter, we got down somewhere before the Christmas break to about 20. And then we continued to as agencies, work over the holiday break weekly, sometimes multiple times a week, to set up a meeting next Wednesday, January 15th, where we're hoping that work group can take those final 20 and narrow them even further. And then that will become that solution set that we think has real potential that legislators could move forward. The next step after that meeting next week will be the agencies, hopefully sometime in February, will go before Joint Ways and Means Committee and present the work of the Fire 35 and those alternative funding solutions, and then really hand the baton over to the legislators to carry that work through the rest of the session. And so to Derek's point, there's going to be a lot of priorities for the agency between now and the end of June. And at least for me, this is going to continue to be my number one legislative priority, is to help us find a successful, durable, stable set of funding strategies that span all three legs of the cohesive wildfire strategy, right? It's not just a suppression conversation. It's also a mitigation conversation in terms of creating those resilient landscapes and creating adapted communities. So when that wildfire inevitably does knock on the doorstep, they're more prepared to receive that fire and be successful in keeping the community there on the back end. So with that, 2 minutes over, Chair, apologize. Unless there's any questions, that's where we're at.
Questions? Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Brenda McComb for the record. Derek, you referred to what's next when talking about the HCP and then what's next. And I guess I'm a little confused. What are you hearing or what are you meaning by the what next?
Yeah, I don't want to get out ahead of myself. These are not bills that are ours. But I will say that when I say what's next, that's the bills are predicated on the reality that the HCP is happening, and what do we do now? How do we get funding? How do we get any certainty of timber harvest? How do we work through the new reality? And I my apologies for being vague, but I don't want to go too much into the proposals as they're not mine.
Okay, thanks, I think.
Okay.
For the record, Heath Curtis. I heard, Derek, your comment about sticking to precisely what's in the governor's recommended budget. I personally have witnessed the agency approach that with a little more relaxed standard in the past, but I would encourage here, I have to admit I'm relatively stunned that the people continue kind of playing chicken with the feds on the private forest accord, and that rather than that monumental compromise being a celebratory moment that we are excited to fund and advance, the recommended budget would handicap those investments and put the feds in a tough spot to say, well, is this enough? And was this what was agreed to? I find that extremely disappointing. And my hope is that the agency, if you cannot explicitly endorse the funding levels that the agreement was premised on, and in fact, the adaptive management program that the agreement was premised on, those were important components of a big compromise that at least you won't get in the way. And so that's my encouragement. I really had hoped that everybody would approach the private forest accord with some level of enthusiasm, and that out of all of the major things we fund in this state, this is quite literally budget dust, but so much relies on it. And I really would encourage the agency to be collaborative and facilitate those funding conversations.
On that point, Heath, I mean, we're talking about us as individuals being able to testify, and I strongly encourage all of you to do that. And I think the way you handle that is you do say that you're not speaking on behalf of the board, but it's perfectly fine to identify yourself as a board member and use that credibility in any sort of testimony. I've got a question. I understand that the Republican caucus is still sore about the state HCP, but I was taken aback by Senator Bonham's statement on behalf of the caucus because it seemed to conflate a lot of federal policy, but throwing all the dirt at ODF, so I get where it comes from, but I'm trying to see what is there dirt we need to be worried about that in terms of ODF criticisms that we need to be thinking about that that are likely to have some validity or not? Is this just all blowing smoke?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kelly. And so Senator Bonham's comments were part of a lot of comments that we got during special session, and I have to say I felt the exact same way as you. I think the prevailing sense is they are conflating our management with their management,
Right.
and it becomes our duty to inform them, and that is the position we will be taking aggressively because. Well, we have to. We don't like getting the dirt thrown at us when we don't feel it's ours.
Yeah, and I've actually asked for a meeting and I'm going to have a meeting with Senator Bonham as well on the same issue to see what I can do. Other question is there anybody doing anything relative to the trust line counties and keeping them fiscally whole as well as ODF in light of the state HCP?
Yes, that is one of the proposals that I was referring to in terms of reaction to the HCP is how the HCP creates a funding gap for the state for those trust land counties as well. And so there is a proposal very much uncrafted, but there will be a proposal that is being crafted going into the session to try and make the department and those trust land counties whole.
And who's going to do that?
The department, it's being spearheaded by the Association of Oregon Counties.
Okay. Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your information today. Kyle, to you, I want to say thank you for your work and just go team. Derek, I've got a question about when ODF, you said it's very rare that you weigh in on bills. But I guess I'm just curious when that happens. Is it when like the governor's office tells you like, hey, we're signaling that you should speak up on this? Or when does ODF actually take a position on bills that aren't your bills or aren't something you're formally engaged in?
I couldn't give you a straight example because everything would depend on the situation or the bill. For instance, a bill like whatever comes out of the Wildfire Funding Workgroup. That will not be an ODF bill, but I presume that we will ask the governor's office for the permission to be proactive, to actively pursue that bill.
So that it sounds like that's generally you'll look to the governor's office for some guidance on what, if you want to weigh in for or against or whatever it is. That'd be the mechanism. Is there any distinction or expectation, and I sure don't want the board to cause trouble for the agency, but obviously the board's different from the agency. And so, and I respect very much and appreciate that board members themselves should be careful when they're supplying their own testimony. But I'm thinking of Mr. Curtis's comments about the need for funding for the PFA. So I'm wondering if there's precedent or the ability for the board to actually weigh in on something that may, like funding for the PFA, that's not the same as what the governor recommended, nor what is in ODF's budget. And, maybe those are just landmines that are best avoided, but I'm curious about, given the importance, in my view, of being successful in getting the PFA over the line. I'm too disheartened by the need for more funding there. So I'm curious about what role, if any, it might be appropriate for the board to play.
Well, I would say that each one of you as individuals can pursue, testimony, et cetera, to pursue PFA funding. Collectively, though, I don't want to answer for Jim, and I don't want to speak about how the board collectively would.
Yeah, I'll try to answer. I think we have every right and ability to do, if we want to, take a vote and say we'd like to have a letter that would be drafted as a board, directed to the legislature that to the point of the need for this full funding for that. That is our prerogative. We're not held the way the department is on any of this. And certainly that's something I'm guessing would have broad support here. And I certainly would be supportive. So I think Heath has offered to draft a.
I would gladly. I would leap at that opportunity. And we can bring it back to the board maybe in the February meeting.
Well, we're not meeting again until March. theoretically, nothing would stop us. Nothing would stop us from doing, March would be fine, but nothing would stop us from doing something tomorrow. Okay.
Other than my time to draft something.
It's not a legal document, it's a letter, Heath.
Then offer to get drinks.
Chair Kelly, sorry to interrupt, Matt DeVore from DOJ, but also the public meetings law would need to come into play for this body to reach a decision on anything, even a letter.
Okay. Yeah, well, I figured that we'd be talking about a vote. Exactly, so that would be part of, that would not be done outside of a meeting.
Great. Yeah.
But your point is that we would have to notify that decision in advance, like we couldn't do this tomorrow?
Chair Kelly, board members, that would be correct. If the board wanted to come together and collaborate on a letter that is a decision of the board, that would have to be through a public meeting law or a public meeting process. It couldn't be just by email amongst the board members.
Well, but like tomorrow.
I think we're talking about two issues. One is whether needing to note it for an future. And I've never got 100% clear on that. Clearly, the decision needs to be made in a public meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think there needs to be notice on something like this. We are able to make some decisions that where we add something to the agenda and do that.
Is that true?
As far as adding something to the agenda, yeah, if it's within what has already been notified, then you could roll it into what's on the agenda. If it's a new topic, then it would, just need to be added.
The safest thing is likely to put it on the agenda for the March meeting, and that way there's no question about notice, no question about people being able to testify if they want to, since it would be a decision item. And I don't see myself, in the need that we'd have to move immediately. So I'd be comfortable with just trying to put it onto that agenda.
Fine. Drinks are still on, Ben. I do want to highlight, Cal, that I think this is our first meeting where we've had ODOJ present and available for these kinds of inquiries, and I'm just thrilled. That is to say, having access to counsel to help us navigate these tricky issues is immensely useful.
Well, having you here, Heath, we knew we'd need that.
Yeah, and tomorrow we're going to have a changing of the guard. This is Cal Mokomoto, State Forester, and Annika will be here tomorrow. So
Great. Liz, you wanted to? Okay, so I think we're good and ready to move on to our next item on the agenda. Thank you guys very much. And Eleni's going to help us on the next item, which is a board planning calendar overview.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, and members of the board. You all know me, but for the record, my name is Eleni Collins, Board Administrator for the Board of Forestry. The purpose of this agenda item is to introduce you to the Board of Forestry's annual planning calendar, a tool that captures key dates and work coming out of each of the divisions that needs to go before the board. So while I get this set up here on my side and share to your projected screen over there, I'd just like to thank each of the division chiefs for their support and engagement on this product. They each worked with their team to provide division-specific information and offered timelines and calendars that you received back at the October retreat. My role is simply to put all their content together in one place and added additional informational reminders that you may find useful. Okay, so hopefully you're seeing it now. Perfect. All right. So as you look at the screen, it should look similar to the printed copy that you received in your board packet. This particular tab here is set up to be printer friendly, and you can use this tab to print out the the board planning calendar on standard 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. I did create separate tabs for each of the individual years, and these are set up more in a linear fashion, kind of like a Gantt chart, where you can scroll through side to side as opposed to up and down and see all of the content on the horizon. All of the content on each of the tabs, like the 2 individual year tabs and the print-friendly tab, are the same though, so there's no wrong way to use this tool. It's kind of just whichever view works best for you. So regardless of which tab you're in, the legend at the top is the same, and I'll just go over that real quickly. Items that are asterisked are statutorily required. So looking down here at the calendar, you can see that the March month has an asterisk next to it, and that is because the board is required to meet during that month. In April and May, there's no asterisk next to those months, and the meetings in those months are not required, at least not by statute. Similarly, I'm not making y'all dizzy here, we do have content for meetings that is statutorily required too, and that has the asterisk as well. Items that are in bold are decision items, whereas items that are non-bolded are information items. I did not make a distinction between items that are consent agenda versus a full presentation, because that's typically a decision that the chair makes. The last thing on the legend here is anything in the italics and gray is an informational note. It's not related to any specific meeting, but it is a date that you may find useful. For example, in February, there's no meeting there, but I did want to highlight some of the end dates for terms related to board members. And then above, you can see I've noted the legislative session's beginning and end date, so that you could see how that timeline correlates with the work that the board is doing and which meetings it kind of overlaps. And then the last piece here is that there are different colors related to each of the agenda items, as well as acronyms in front. That just kind of details which division the work is coming out of. So green is state forests, blue is forest resources, gold is protection division, and the purple color is board and administrative related deadline due dates. So taking all of that information together, when we look at the next meeting, which is March, you can see that we have 2 decision items, one coming out of forest resources, one related to board administration, and then several information items. You can also see the note at the bottom in gray that says that during this time, the state forester's performance review will be initiated. So now that we've talked about the legend and the color coding, the last thing I want to impart with you before we go into discussion is that the tool I'm presenting to you is the bare bones skeleton of work that needs to go through the board. I do understand that board members have interests and ideas for content that's not currently in the standard routine you're seeing here. My hope is that this tool we've created will allow you to have that 1,000-foot view of all the work that's happening on the horizon, so that you can kind of determine where the opportunities are for you to add in additional content, whether that ends up being something that's recurring or just a one-off presentation. So as we move into discussion space, please feel comfortable providing any feedback you may have on the format and structure of this tool. While I do benefit from it as the board administrator, ultimately it's a tool for all of you. So I want to make sure it's user-friendly for you. And then with that, as time permits and as the chair is able to guide us, we may be able to use this space to start filling in the calendar. So I will pass the floor back to you.
As I first look at this, this is accomplishing a lot of what I would like to see, because you can right away, because we do have in a typical year, we have certain meetings that have certain things that we have to do, and since we've had a high level of interest in sometimes in having presentations like we're going to get from OSU. And you look at this and you're very quickly able to say, oh boy, it's going to be tough to get something onto a September agenda, because there's just so much that it's we have to deal with in September. Oh, much easier to focus on June. And that's just at that, even at that level, is kind of useful. I think everybody be able to make more reasonable requests around the kinds of presentations or whatever else they would like to see the board discuss or deal with. Keith.
Well, I just have a quick comment. Like, one, Eleni, nicely done. This is really great. I like the color coding. I like the formatting. This is very helpful for me to visualize the coming work for the board. Mr. Chair, the only suggestion I would make is that I think that it would be helpful to me to make development of this document a part of, for instance, maybe our October planning retreat. That is to say, we should be, we lean on the agency for a lot, and I think in some circumstances, the agency leans on us. And I think a kind of a partnership and development of this timeline and the work that's there and that what we have ahead, I think will help all of us kind of calibrate our expectations about what we can get done, what can be added. And at some point, we should have a conversation about that. It seems to me, and I think this used to be a part of the October planning retreat for the board, but I would encourage this conversation, at least.
Review of this?
Yes, that's
Oh,
right.
absolutely.
And kind of a deliberative process and development of this.
Brenda, sorry.
Brenda McComb for the record. I think tomorrow when we go talk about our governance committee work, there may be some additional comments around agenda setting, maybe some changes to the board policy manual. So we might want to keep this in mind and hold it for the discussion tomorrow. Is that okay with you, Liz?
Exactly. And I remember, Keith, you had brought that up during our governance meeting.
Ben Doimling. I thank you for this. This is fantastic. And like folks have already said, very helpful to visually get my head around what's ahead of us. I think there's a handful of things that are missing, and some of them I think fall into that category of sort of board interest, things that various board members are interested in. And I think some falls into the category of standard work that really should be recurring on here. And a couple thoughts there is sort of there's maybe what's missing is one way to frame it would be sort of policy work. And I'm thinking of, tomorrow we're going to be talking about the climate change and carbon plan again. And we have talked many times about that. I see the KPMs are in pink sort of referenced in here, but nowhere is a sort of standing item to actually work on those. And we've mentioned for a couple of years in a row now that we really should, as a board, take a look at those. Bob's talked about our strategic plan. This here isn't a strategic plan, but I feel like it's a step in that direction of bigger picture, overarching board work that really governs both the work we do and the work the department does. And I really, maybe it's another color, or maybe it's wrapped into the pink under board administration of these bigger picture policy things that we're here to work on. That reality is, if they don't show up on this calendar, they don't happen. And I think if they're left as the board would like to, this is an idea of a board member, it is going to be less likely for it to show up here and actually happen than if it becomes part of our standard work. And I would add one more. So that's sort of one thought, that I think there's room here to put those things on there. Another one is budget work and working with the departments on preparing the budget and POPs and LCs, and there's sort of a biannual schedule for that. And I'm seeing a sort of in black italic sort of when we submit it, but I'm not seeing anywhere when the board works with the department ahead of time to prepare that. And I think that really should be on here as well. So those are just, I think this is a great start. I think I'd like to add some things. Maybe part of this would be and looking to Jim here, maybe we create some space for board ideas. That's a standing topic there. So anyway, I'll stop, let other people talk, but those are some of the bigger picture ideas I've had.
Before I go to Brenda, I mean, I think, and this is exactly where I wanted to go. So, you basically threw out the idea that we should have a standing once a year where we're looking at our climate change and carbon program, right? And I think that makes sense to me, and I don't know if that makes sense to everybody, but I think, and this calendar, tells us very quickly, tells Eleni about where to plug that in. And so I think that would be great. Other, question that I would just make to board members is that one of the things since I've been board chair, we used to have a whole lot more things, reports from different parts of the organization that we got in writing, and then that whoever that was got up to be and do a presentation for a half hour or something. And we cut way back on that, and most of those are just presented to us in writing and are in consent agendas. And so I'm just pointing that out because if anybody thinks we've gone too far, if we want to bring back any of those presentations, this is the time to talk about that as well. But go ahead.
Well, Jim, that was a great segue. So thank you. So first of all, lady, thank you. This is great. It's going to help all of us. What I don't see here, and maybe it's not part of this, but a separate document, is what are the written reports that we should expect in each quarter? We get the financial reports, monthly, I guess now. But where's the report on the implementation for the?
Yeah, that's excellent because that should be part of this. Just typically, if it could be just expected that it's going to be part of our packet that we're going to get, and it's also going to include blah blah blah.
So what are those? Where are those pieces of accountability that we can read and see?
I think if we saw that list or saw that on a calendar, then it would enable us all to go review those decisions as to whether or not that they should be actively made presentations or just stay in writing.
So climate change and carbon plan, that's one. Diversification of the workforce, which I'll talk about a little bit later.
Okay.
Should be another annual report. How is the vision document being implemented into decision-making in each one of the areas? I mean, there are probably several of these things that we could each all think about that are probably written reports. We don't need to take up a lot of board time with presentations unless somebody feels it's really necessary. But I do think there's an accountability piece here where we need to have reports that we can review to understand how the agency's doing.
Yeah, it'd probably be great if, as you think of those kinds of things that you think should be annual, and I'm talking to all of you, it is, send me your thoughts on that, and copying Eleni and Cal, I think, so that we build this calendar out more with that. But yeah, I think also including everything that is just going to be presented to us in writing. I'll have to find another color I can see.
Yeah.
I was teasing her at the first one is that I have typical male pattern color blindness, which is, doesn't mean you don't see colors, but you have certain discernment issues between certain shades of green and blue and so on. And so I had to work on her on brighter colors.
If I may, Eleni Collins, Board Administrator, I'd like to respond to Brenda and to Ben a little bit. I am thoughtful of the things that you shared, Brenda, those written reports that you would like to be annually received in the board. They're not in this skeleton here as it is right now because there's not a historical precedence for them. And it's not really my role to be putting it into the calendar saying, I think the board should do it here. I might have thoughts, but ultimately I want that to be something that the board comes together and decides when they want to have those happen. And so I think Ben was probably on point that there should be a little section of here's all the things that board members have said they want to see. Now we can plug and play them into the calendar. So there's definitely a lot of room to enhance this, but right now where it's at, it's just that those items that have a historical routine that we've seen in the board. And then the last thing that I want to mention is I have been listening to you, and I know that there are interests in changing those KPMs. And that's why those notes are in the planning calendar for like the deadlines, the key deadlines when the board would need to submit their proposed KPM changes to the CFO and LFO. It's so that I don't tell you when you should have those conversations. It's so that you know by April, we should have had several conversations and come to an agreement so that they can be submitted. And so then you can look back at the calendar and kind of use it as a tool to create almost a work back plan where you can say, all right, we start the conversations at the September meeting or October retreat, and then we talk about it here and here so that by April, it's already submitted and ready to go. So I am hearing all of these comments here, and I do see it being something that can be fleshed out in the calendar. So thank you for bringing that to the attention consistently.
I'm sorry, Eleni, I wasn't saying that you didn't do something that I thought you should have done. This is a separate document, I think. So thanks for all of this. This is great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yes, I'll just add to the thanks, Eleni, for putting this together. It's very helpful. Related to the last topic you were touching on there, at some level, I think it'd be helpful to actually have these connected, some of them, to work plans. So things where, work needs to be done by a certain date. One then could use that work plan to plug into the calendar, that there may be a report or that there's other activity even going on. For example, I could even see a larger, I'm not suggesting this now, but a larger master calendar that included other things like was a subcommittee meeting, or was there a legislative task force that was meeting? Are there other things that are important to the agency that are ongoing in any given year to help capture sort of an abbreviated snapshot of what's happening? Thank you.
I would add, I'm sure I really appreciated your comment, Eleni, about not inventing the board's agenda. The board should invent that agenda and work with you on that. I would say it's not so much this board, but prior boards have had members very actively making requests about demands that they want individually that maybe were not shared by the entire board. And I guess to the chair, I would encourage a deliberate process. I mean, we may all have our wish lists, but, the state forester has to balance staffing time as well. And so I think we should have kind of a back and forth with the agency to the degree we require reports. What are the nature of those reports and how many and when? That's difficult work. And then we would place it on this document.
Yeah, Heath, I totally understand what you're saying, and this is one of the real challenges of my position, and this is why I love getting this. I think this gets it all out much more in the open that all of us can kind of digest in terms of how much time do we have, what's our opportunity for that, and then of course then whatever we have to we have to be able to balance the different requests and all of that, and it's not easily done, but I think this gives us a better basis of understanding for all of us as to what the challenges are in the scheduling of these meetings. And so. Okay, I think, thank you so much. Yeah, it's a big step for us. Go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to put a bow on this, and we've talked about a bunch of things we wanted to add, and I think Eleni has sort of pushed back to us a little bit about that's up for us to decide to tell her. I'm just wanting to make sure we're not closing this up before we've decided what we need to decide on this. Do we have a plan going forward to add various things that we've talked about into this agenda?
I think, what I think should happen, and I'm just thinking and talking here at the same time, is that I can work with Eleni and Calcan too, and try to take some of the suggestions here and then, put it out to all of you guys for a review. And meanwhile, if anybody comes up with ideas that they think that should be, that we should be touching base with once a year, do that. And we really have to approach this also not just as a once a year. The reason why it's important to go out 2 years is we have items that are biennium related that only do happen once every 2 years. So the schedule's not going to be the same every year. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on Ben's point, I agree with you, Ben. I'm wondering if Jim, you and Cal could ask each board member what pieces of information each one would like to see as an annual report or biennial report to help us understand how we can hold the agency accountable for meeting certain expectations. That way,
You want us to make that request in writing? Because I think we're.
Can, yes, although, all right. But that would avoid serial communication if you went to each board member individually.
Right. Okay. We can do that.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Matt DeVore for Department of Justice. So I think what the proposal would be to have Chair Kelly talk to each board member individually, and Chair Kelly could make a decision of what to propose, and Chair Kelly could then bring back to the board a document that says it's going to have these additional reports, and that could then be the public discussion and deliberation. As long as it's Chair Kelly that is making that final decision and not, Chair Kelly would be formulating what to propose, which would be consistent with public meetings law.
Right, provided that the chair did not share with any one of those individuals what the other members said.
Correct.
Yeah, the big distinguishing point in my mind is that it's Chair Kelly's proposal. It's not a board proposal, and Chair Kelly can use whatever resources he wants to form that proposal.
Okay. I'll check in with Chair Kelly and see if that's okay with it.
Again, just delighted to have ODOJ here. Thank you.
Chair Kelly.
Yeah.
Matt, could I help him in gathering that information? As long as I didn't tell him who those ideas came from?
Forestry, Mikomoto, Matt DeVore for DOJ. Yes, you could work together. I think that if it's one individual that's making the proposal, that's gathering all the information to make the proposal, then you are not conducting a public meeting as an individual.
Okay.
And whether that's going to be the chair's responsibility or the forester's responsibility, as long as one of you is ultimately going to be making the decision of what to propose, you're not conducting a public meeting.
Yeah, so if I can help him gather, then it could be Chair Kelly's proposal though to the board. Okay, thank you.
That works.
And, well, you'll just delegate it to Eleni. Okay. I think we beat this one up enough. All right. Thank you very much, Eleni.
Thank you very much.
Our next agenda item is the annual update on the adaptive management plan, and Josh is here with us. And come on forward, Josh. Join us.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mikomoto. I'm Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. We're here to provide an update today on the adaptive management program's work over the last year. And first I'll pause here because I think we got online participants as well as folks in the room. So I'll go ahead and invite the folks up in the room if they want to come join me at the table. And then we have some online participants as well. So double check here with Eleni and make sure they're able to join. All right. So I'll start with just a brief reminder. In February 2020, conservation and forest industry groups offered to revise the Forest Practices Act and administrative rules through a memorandum of understanding to include mediated discussions known as the Private Forest Accord. And in June 2020, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 1602, which increased helicopter spray buffers and directed rulemaking for SSBT streams in the Siskiyou region as a starting point, and set communication laws for spraying pesticides by helicopter. The bill set the accord timeline and topics for making changes to the Forest Practices Act and rules from which the board could apply for a programmatic HCP. And in March 2022, the legislature adopted the accord recommendations through Senate Bills 1501 and 1502 and House Bill 4055. Senate Bill 1501 modified the existing Forest Practices Act statutes, directed rulemaking, and incorporated by reference the Private Forest Accord report. The Private Forest Accord report further detailed the recommended changes to be made to the Forest Practices Act rules. The Adaptive Management Program was established by Senate Bill 1501. So with us today is ODF staff, the Adaptive Management Committee co-chairs, representatives from the Independent Research and Science Team, and the Institute for Natural Resources, the housing agency for the ISRT. So we'll have several components to the presentation today, and we'll ask that you hold questions till the end to make sure we can get through all the material. We should have plenty of time for questions. To get us started, I'm going to turn it over to Terry Free, our Adaptive Management Coordinator.
Thanks, Josh. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Terry Free, and I'm looking forward to presenting the foundation of the Adaptive Management Program before I hand it off to the Adaptive Management Program Committee's co-chairs. I'm presenting this information, much of which you've seen before, as a reminder. First, to clear up something from this morning. I requested that IRC representatives Kelly Burnett and Lisa Gaines be on Zoom at the start of this meeting in case there were any board questions on agenda item C. It was not their intent to provide public comment. Sorry, that may have left the board wondering what was happening, especially given they're about to present here in about 15 or 20 minutes. For rules, the purpose of the Adaptive Management Program is to ensure timely and effective change as needed to meet biological goals and objectives, provide predictability and stability of the process of changing regulation so landowners, regulators, and interested members of the public can understand and anticipate change, apply best available science to decision-making, and effectively meet biological goals and objectives with less operationally expensive prescriptions when feasible. Next slide, please. The program was mandated in Senate Bill 1501 and is required for obtaining the Habitat Conservation Plan, or HCP, and associated incidental take permit, or ITP, for private forests. I cannot overstate the Adaptive Management Program's key role in an approvable HCP. Next. A few other things to note are that substantive changes to PFA rules can only happen through the adaptive management process. Using science in an adaptive management framework is also part of ODF policy development, with the SSBT rule change being a past example of this type of process. The difference is that now work happens outside of ODF per statute. This program will require ongoing funding for the agency. And finally, we are coordinating with the compliance monitoring program to ensure alignment and continuity across both programs. Next slide, please. The Adaptive Management Program consists of 4 primary groups: the Adaptive Management Program Committee, or AMPC, the Independent Research and Science Team, or IRST, the IRST Housing Agency, which is currently Oregon State University's Institute for Natural Resources, and ODF staff, including the Adaptive Management Program Coordinator, that's me, other key staff, and all levels of management. I'll next show who the participants are on these committees and how they interact within the program. This slide lists the groups named in Senate Bill 1501 to serve on the AMPC and their respective status as voting or non-voting members. The non-voting have an asterisk next to their name. Next slide, please. Per Senate Bill 1501, the committee shall guide the adaptive management process, set the research agenda of the independent research and science team, and recommend the team's budget to the board, assess the IRST scientific findings and reports, and then prepare reports and that identifies alternative actions, including no action, to address resource issues identified in the team's reports. Submit the committee's reports to the board, assist the board in the ongoing process of identifying and modifying resource objectives, review reports related to compliance monitoring and enforcement, submit recommendations to the board concerning rule adjustment, guidance, or training, and strive for full consensus in committee decision-making. However, note that a supermajority is what is actually required for substantial decisions. Next slide, please. Another key participant is the Independent Research and Science Team, or IRST. It must have an odd number of at least 5 members that include one each from a public institution, the timber industry, and a non-governmental organization that promotes conservation of freshwater aquatic habitat. Members must be subject matter experts with graduate degrees in natural resources disciplines such as forestry, fisheries, and ecology. Next slide, please. IRST is charged with overseeing research requested by the AMPC. Results from this research will be reported in both a technical format and a format for the layperson, which addresses the following. In studies examining alternative prescriptions, the likely effectiveness of each prescription, an assessment of how the results of relevant new research findings developed by the IRST or through outside research clarify or support causal links between forest practices and aquatic resources, and implications regarding how well forest practices rules or rule sets are likely to address these linkages, an assessment of the magnitude of impact on covered species or biological goals and objectives on a sliding scale, time scale of effects observed, and the immediacy of likely changes in the environment, scope of inference, and an assessment of the scientific uncertainty and confidence in the results. Next slide, please. Note that the IRST is supported by a public entity contracted through ODF, which is OSU's Institute for Natural Resources. You'll hear from the IRST chairs after the AMPC co-chairs. As Adaptive Management Program Coordinator, I and my colleagues collaborate with INR and the IRST for program success. Next slide. This slide summarizes the group's participation in the adaptive management process. Note that built into this process, but not shown here, are timelines to ensure the process moves forward in a timely manner, as well as defined points for participants to go on the record with decisions, rather than potentially having a non-vote be the decision. In the first step of the process, the AMPC identifies an initial research question, including key contextual information, such as objectives of the research. The board may also direct the AMPC to develop a particular research question. Next. In the second step, the IRST shall refine the AMPC research question and confirm with the AMPC that their intent is maintained. The IRST shall then develop a scoping proposal for doing the research that includes a literature review, a project scope of work with deliverables, timeline, and an estimated budget. Next. In step 3, the AMPC prioritizes these IRST scoping proposals into a research agenda and forwards the associated budget to the board for your vote. Next. In step 4, the IRST develops an annual work plan to implement the approved research agenda, which they'll implement via competitive requests for proposals. Next. In step 5, the IRST sends final reports and summaries of the reports in lay terms to the board and the AMPC for the respective considerations. Next. Finally, in step 6, the AMPC assesses the reports from the IRST and sends a report of their own to the board for consideration. The AMPC may recommend no change, rule change, other policy actions such as rule guidance or training, or additional scientific inquiry. Also, AMPC minority reports may be included in the reports to the board. Next. The board will then decide on the AMPC recommendations, which may include directing the research back into the adaptive management process loop. Next slide, please. I'll now hand it over to the AMPC co-chairs, Seth Barnes and Stacy Detweiler, to discuss the committee's work.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I am one of your co-chairs for the Adaptive Management Program Committee, the AMPC, as we lovingly refer to it as. I'm going to go through the 2024 year in review, and then my co-chair, Stacy, will go through the 2025 work plan and beyond. So go ahead and advance to the next slide. Whoever is advancing 2 slides. There we go. I'm just putting it out to the ether. According to the PFA, the Private Forest Accord, we were kind of given these 3 buckets, these 3 items that we were to address right off the top. And those were Eastern Oregon steep slopes, and that was a literature review of what's known in terms of Eastern Oregon steep slopes and relating to forest practices. And then the second one is a baseline and trend monitoring around roads and hydrologic disconnection of roads. And then the third is amphibians. And that third one is quite ambiguous. It's just the word amphibians. And we'll talk about that here in a second. So we've prioritized, as per the direction from the legislature and the PFA report, these 3 items as the 3 items that we are working with and have been working with over the last couple of years. So, or 2 years. Yep. Go ahead. Advance to the next one. There we go. So the AMPC work. So as you saw earlier, and I thank you, Terry, for giving that sort of groundwork, you can see that these committees, this committee, especially with the AMPC, is a large committee, and it represents all sorts of diverse interests by design, right? It represents those diverse interests. It really is the place that's supposed to bring those diverse interests together to have these conversations and strive to reach consensus around the questions that we have as we direct those to the IRST. That requires robust conversation, as you can imagine, as you all have had similar conversations on some of these items that are in similar fashion. And so I want to underscore, we've been meeting now for a couple of years. We've been making a lot of progress, but it's a lot of work. That second item, long meetings and a lot of work between meetings to prepare for those meetings so that we can move ahead. And I will say it's been refreshingly, I would say, the atmosphere around those meetings is cooperative. We all are trying to see things from each other's perspectives. It has been a joy to work with the committee, which if you would have asked me that 4 or 5 years ago, I would have said no way. So in and of itself, these are great accomplishments, and I want to underscore that. ODF co-chair meetings where we get together, Stacy and I, on a regular basis with Terry Free, and we plan the upcoming meetings and what our schedule, how do we meet the deadlines and everything like that. And so that's been a great deal of work. And then developing the process. This is our first time through all of these things, and there's nothing set up to show us, oh, this is how you go from this step to that step, and this is the right way to word this and to do that. And so there's been a lot of learning as we're going here and fixing and revising. So we're trying to develop these sort of templates or vehicles that we can use as we move through in the different over the coming years. We've developed some work groups that have really helped us move along, and we've had some really productive exchanges with the IRST, the science team, that I think has been helpful, and I anticipate that being more helpful in the coming years. And we've tackled some complicated technical research topics, and we certainly have more on our agenda. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So go ahead and click through this one, and I'll read through it. Here we go. Update from the January 2024 board meeting. We updated you last year at this time. We held a joint IRST AMPC meeting
And we also held a field trip that you'll see later on in this list that we invited. It was an AMC field trip and invited IRST members to that. So we've had a couple of opportunities to interact. We've prioritized and started effectiveness monitoring strategy. We've kicked that off in terms of a priority. There's a lot more work to do there in terms of finalizing what that looks like. But we've recognized jointly that is definitely a need. We've refined the process for preliminary research questions. We've developed preliminary research questions for Eastern Oregon steep slopes and hydrologic disconnection of forest roads. And you'll see that here in a graphic here in a second. And then we've worked with IRST to finalize these questions. And that's been a process too. And IRST is doing a lot of the similar work that we are in terms of trying to figure out what's the right process for them communicating back to us and vice versa. And then we held a field tour this year, which is something we think is beneficial for the AMC and the IRST members to get out, not just in a boardroom, but to actually get out in the real world and talk about some of these issues to help us grapple with them. We'd like to do that on a yearly basis, and we've been able to do that for the last couple of years. We completed our first draft of the amphibians question package. So we've been in the process of boiling that broad topic down to a few items that we think we could really work into a question. There's more work to do there, but we're making progress. So we're making progress on that one. Okay, so here's kind of where we are in the timeline of things. Go ahead and click through the first couple of them there. So roads, as I said, we've made quite a bit of progress, and we've developed a research research questions that we've delivered to IRST, and we expect them to have a scoping proposal back to us in March that we would then bring and have that ready for your decision making and your agenda at the July meeting for funding. Similarly, for Eastern Oregon steep slopes, so literature review there, we've developed a question there, and we're anticipating actually very soon getting feedback from the IRST. I know that was a discussion item at their recent last couple of meetings to sort of finalize that proposal coming back to us. And so this will be really the first two that we will have seen get to this point in the process, and then we'll sort of figure out the right back and forth and mechanism to then have something final for you to review at your July Board of Forestry meeting with some recommendations in terms of funding for those projects. And so with that, this is kind of where we transition from work that we have done over in 2024 that we anticipate bringing to you, and the work that remains. And so I'll hand it over to Stacy to kind of take you through the rest of this table.
Seth, before you leave that slide, and when I was looking at this, I read the board decision to be in September. Is it in the AMPC decision to be in July? Is that correct?
I think we're required per rule, and Terry or maybe Stacy, you could weigh in here, but I think we're required by rule to bring to the board a research agenda in July. It might be that you don't have to make a decision on it until is that right, Stacy?
Yeah, and I was going to cover this a little bit, but it's July of odd numbered years that the AMC brings the research agenda to the board. And then that gives you a little bit of time. And I think also in rule, it requires then your vote in September of that same year. So there's a few sort of milestones along the way to make sure that things move through. And if that's one thing you walk away from today, and I think we're all collectively excited about, is that now IRST is up and running. AMC has sort of gone through this full process. This is the first year that we'll really be coming to the board, and the board will have a true decision-making role here, able to shape that agenda informed by the recommendations from the AMC and the information from the IRST, but then really being able to get that money on the ground, to get that research started, and also to shape things moving forward. So we're really excited moving into that stage. And I think maybe just one more click on this slide. There's one last little not to be forgotten effectiveness monitoring strategy. So we wanted to show this kind of visual flow chart just to help you understand our best analysis of a realistic timeline of sort of what we're looking at. And also, like to Seth's point, just the reality of this is really the first time we're going through this process. So we've had to work out a few kinks here and there, figuring out how things work. But we're on really good track to get both the roads and the Eastern Oregon steep slopes proposal to you for that July deadline for your consideration, and then vote in the September board meeting.
Set that, or Tracy, so the scoping proposal, for instance, with East Side steep slopes, so is that coming back to your group?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the way this works, that we give them a question, right? And so refining the question takes some time. We try to refine it as best we can, but as you will recall, that slide that showed the people in the AMC, or the organizations in the AMC, many of us are not scientists. And so there's a back and forth there with the scientists where they're helping us to, basically refine the question we have to be at a point where it's researchable, right? So that's been some of the back and forth we've had thus far. And what comes back after we go through that process and they say, okay, we think this is a researchable question, then they will bring back to us a scoping proposal, right? That will have, and the idea there is that it's a proposal that will have a few different options in it. So this isn't actually like don't think of it as here's how you can do this research. It's more of a here's how somebody could do this research and an estimation of what the cost would be if you were to, and maybe a couple of different ways to do it, almost like a Volkswagen to a Cadillac version, right?
So that has happened related to the Eastern Oregon steep.
It has not. We anticipate that happening. So that's why the date on there. So you're right. It shows at 12/31/24. They asked for a slight extension on that, and they've met twice in the last, I think, 2 or 3 weeks on that topic to try to get that completed. We anticipate it very, very soon. And they can probably speak more to that. I think they more or less finished it or finalized it at their last meeting, which I believe was just yesterday.
And kind of coming back to that timeline question, again, Eleni, I love the worksheets you've given us. It's so useful. Do you intend to present to us, or is that just like a report to us? Because the reason I mention that is we only presently have a July special meeting scheduled, and that's for purposes of the state forests performance measure targets and thresholds. And so to the degree that we need to address or have a presentation at a board meeting, we need to add that to the agenda for July.
Yeah, if I may jump in here, and again, I guess I'm supposed to say Seth Barnes, co-chair of the AMC every time I talk. One of the things that Stacy and I talked about a lot was we've been grappling with some of the small nuances of how this process works best. And now you all are going to get to experience this with us, right? You're about to jump in this pond. And it's a little bit messy because we're still working out those kinks like that, Heath. I'm not sure. It might be better if this was an actual presentation of some sort versus just a report. I don't know, but these are some of the things that we're, figuring out as we go here.
I'm trying to get clear on all of the steps here because there's a lot. And so eventually you get to the point where we will come in and try to approve some sort of further research, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But the goal at the end of the day, the last thing would be, is there a need or is there not a need to make a change to the Forest Practices Act, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think from beginning to end is a timeline to get to that point? 5, 6 years?
I think it depends on the question asked, right? I mean, it depends on the issue. Eastern Oregon steep slopes will likely be different than an amphibians question. And so, but I think you're underscoring a little bit there that it does take some time. And I think that anything that's going to be, science-based and informed and discussed robustly with a bunch of different stakeholders, it's going to take some time to do. I don't think everything has to take 6, 8 years or whatever, but some things might.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be critical. I mean, what I love about this collaborative process is at the end, when the Board of Forestry is making a vote to potentially change the Forest Practices Act, it won't be a winner or loser kind of vote. because just by the definition of how this process works. And that's really, that's an exciting prospect.
Yeah, just to add on to that as well, Chair Kelly, Stacy Detweiler for the record. The two at the bottom there, the amphibians is a priority in statute, and then the effectiveness monitoring strategy is really crucial to the HCP itself. And so each question is really going to be different on the timeline. And so that's been part of our challenge, is sort of grappling with the priorities, being able to move things forward. The IRST wasn't really set up and running a year ago fully to the point where they could get research questions from us. So certainly we have multiple things in mind when we're thinking about moving them forward, and some like effectiveness monitoring strategy, we really wouldn't want to take a lot of time there because it's so tied to the HCP. So there's a lot to think about, and, just sort of building on that, those last two, and then I'll move on to the next slide. We anticipate we're on track in our February meeting to have a vote, hopefully to finalize that amphibians research question. Then that will go to the IRST. Then they will need to come back to us with a scoping proposal. Similarly, for the effectiveness monitoring, the timeline is a little less certain there, but we are optimistic that both of those will get something back from the IRST sometime in early mid 2025. And so that raises some questions around, are we then able to bring that to the board? Do we need to wait until the next? There's some questions around sort of process. Those milestones were set up to make sure that things happen. We also want to make sure they're not a barrier if we're actually moving more quickly and there's funding and we're able to move forward.
Just a quick question. Is external peer review part of the review of proposals as well as research reports, research outcome reports?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and maybe Josh or Seth can chime in. I know Kelly and Lisa will be able to speak to that as well, but certainly the role of the IRST, they can conduct that research themselves, or they can contract that out to the appropriate experts and develop, and they can probably speak best to the process.
That's kind of not what I was asking.
Okay.
So typically, if you have a research proposal that's to be funded, you would send that proposal out to external reviewers for their input to improve the quality of the proposal. Same for final reports, research reports. You would send that out for external peer review. You certainly would do that if there's any publications that might come from any of this. So I'm just wondering if that is planned in as part of the process, because that takes time.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, Seth Barnes, co-chair of the Adaptive Management Program, if I understand you correctly, you're asking if the research question itself will go out for public?
No, the proposals.
The proposals.
You will have a research question. You will have several alternatives for proposals that could be developed coming from the other group. Somebody's going to have to write a proposal that will end up being funded to do the work. And my question is external peer review of that proposal part of the process?
I don't believe so, but Lisa or Kelly and or Terry could probably answer that better than I could. Okay. But I don't believe that's part of the process.
Would it be appropriate to style the scientists on the IRST as those peers?
No, external. So you want somebody knowledgeable, but not part of the team that would be doing the work. There's an implicit bias if if the people doing the work are also the reviewers. You want somebody external to that to be the reviewers.
My understanding is that it's rare the IRST members themselves would be doing the work.
True. But well, I don't know, maybe I missed this part when I stepped out of the room, but they would have some voice in the decision-making process, would they not?
They are helping us refine the question to make it researchable.
Right. So they are internal to the process. I'm talking about people external to the process who are scientific experts in whatever topic it is that is part of the proposal.
Kelly or Lisa, maybe you can help us.
Looks like Kelly's got her hand up.
I think you're on mute, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm trying to get off. Thank you. This is Kelly Burnett, as chair of the IRST. And just going back to the legislation, we are required to develop a peer review process. It states that it's transparent and addresses both study designs and study reports. The IRST shall not grant anonymity to authors, handling editors, or peer reviewers at this time. That may change after 2028, but at this point, not. So I hope that gives you a little more clarity, Brenda, if that is appropriate.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kelly. Could we repeat that, please? That there's not an anonymous external peer review as part of
No,
this?
there
Okay,
is
thank you.
not an anonymous. There is peer review, and it is external, but at this point, until January 1st, 2028, it would not be anonymous.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate that question, and thank you, Kelly, for that clarity. Maybe if we want to shift back to the slides, and I'll just keep us moving here. Great, and if you can just jump to the next one. So we touched on some of these key points. Obviously, there's still some details to think through, whether that's a presentation in July, but ultimately a board decision in September coming up this year. Our research agenda includes, per rule, prioritized research projects, key milestones for those projects, a timeline for progress on the projects, and a budget developed by IRST for each year of the project. So this will be, like Seth and I keep saying, a new process every time. We're figuring it out as we go along with the guidance and direction and statute and rule, but certainly trying to, with each one we go through, improve the process every time. Next slide, please. And I think if you just advance that once or twice. Yeah, great, thank you. So the first chunk of the year, I think, will be a little more clear. We have some solid direction and expectations around timing. So we're anticipating that we'll be getting that scoping proposal back from the IRST on the Eastern Oregon steep slopes. There are some charter modifications, again, as we sort of nuance and realize, oh, this timeline maybe didn't quite make sense in our charter. Let's adjust it to something that is going to be functional. And then finalizing the amphibians question package. We're hopeful we'll be able to do that in February and then get that sent over to the IRST. In April, we expect to be able to discuss the road scoping proposal back from the IRST, and then start making some real progress on the effectiveness monitoring strategy, and hopefully be able to respond to IRST feedback on the amphibians question. And then if you could just advance to the second half of the year, which is where and there might be another click there. I think we had a red circle somewhere. Yes. A lot less certainty in the second half of the year, which again just reflects the fact this is the first time we're really going through the full process with the IRST up and running. So leaving ourselves a little bit of space, but with the clear goal with you all and in statute of getting that research agenda to you in July, vote in September, and then hopefully being able to make some progress on the other ones that won't hit that July timeline. Our field trips have been really successful and a great opportunity to actually get out and look at some field sites and see the implemented new rules on the ground, and really just great time in the field, especially bringing the IRST members along at our last trip. There's just a lot of really good conversation and questions around what we're seeing that then helps inform our committees when we're meeting and doing our work. And then typically we'll meet and do our sort of year in review and then develop our work plan for what's coming ahead. So I think with that, I'm turning it back over to Terry or IRST folks.
IRST folks, next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. My name is Lisa Gaines, and I direct the Institute for Natural Resources, which is headquartered at Oregon State University, and we also have offices as Portland State University. And as you know, we've been discussing, we are serving as the housing agency for the Independent Research and Science Team, the IRST. Today, my colleague and chair of the IRST, Kelly Burnett, and I will be presenting an overview about our work to date. I will briefly describe some of the work in our membership, and what I&R is doing as a housing agency. And Kelly will give more details about the IRST's process-related progress, the research scoping proposals, and what is working well and the challenges we are currently facing as we are building the ship as we are sailing it. Next slide, please. So as we've established, the IRST was put together to really support the work of the Adaptive Management Program Committee by responding to their research question packages. This first year, we have been spending a lot of time learning how we're working together within this new entity, working on establishing IRST process-related and guiding documents, and then also working on the technical documents. And this is all going about for us to realize how we are helping to oversee and conduct some research, how we will eventually report to the Board of Forestry, how we are developing our operating procedures, pursuing scientific inquiry, and doing this all within the framework of Oregon's public meetings. Next slide, please. We have 5 inaugural members of the IRST, and they started their term in October 2023. Each of these members has a 4-year term, and their term may be renewed upon ratification and voting, and there's no limit to the number of terms that can be served. The IRST currently, under our charter, has a chair who serves for a year and a chair-elect. The chair came on board in February 2024, and Kelly will be leaving the chair position at our 2 meetings from now, and Jessica Homiak will be taking over as chair of the IRST. The Institute for Natural Resources, we're going to be serving as this housing agency for 6 years. And within this, we've done a number of things to help support the IRST. First of all, we have a team. We have Sean Gordon, who's our technical lead. We've hired a facilitator who we thought was really important to have with our meetings so that the chair can be a technical lead within the IRST and not have to drop out of discussions in serving as that facilitator's role. The Institute for Natural Resources does all the backup work. Since November 2023, when we met, we have had 19 meetings. We do have scheduled meetings monthly, all the way scheduled through September 2025. And when necessary, we've had 7 other meetings come up. Those have been primarily around particular deadlines where they've been necessary. For instance, when we had to develop our charter in January 2024, we were operational less than 6 weeks before we had to turn that in by rule, as well as with our best available science document. The I&R staff meets with Terry on a weekly basis to be able to make sure we are coordinating and know what's happening with the AMPC. We also we have a staff member that attends the AMPC meeting, so we're trying to stay as well informed as we can. We've had 1 joint meeting between the IRST membership and the AMPC membership. Number 1, just to get to know each other, to understand how we're all thinking about the issues, and to really determine what's going to be needed in the long run. And then lastly, we have been having a couple of field trips with folks. We meet quite frequently as we've been putting this information together, and we're hoping to align our work. We have not yet come up directly with our 2025 work plan. That'll be happening probably in our February meeting, because we first need to know the work plan of the AMPC, schedule our work against what they're doing, as well as with the Board of Forestry. At this point, what I will do is turn it over to Kelly Burnett. We need to back up 1 slide. Thank you. And Kelly will take it from here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kelly, board members, State Forester Makamoto. And for the record, my name is Kelly Burnett, and I am the current chair of the IRST. And I really appreciate this opportunity to come before you today and talk about the IRST and the progress that we've made so far. So during this first year, much of the IRST's progress has been in establishing procedures for our long-term effectiveness. These included developing a charter, standards for defining best available science, and a nominating and application process for new members. The RST has been holding facilitated public meetings at least monthly, but much more often as needed to make progress on our first deliverables. And I'll get into those a bit more in a moment. The RST and AMC have been communicating through various means, including the scheduled meetings between the co-chairs and the field trips for all members. And those have been really productive and informative. And we look forward to having more opportunities for that kind of interaction. So the next slide, please. So consistent with assisting the Board of Forestry through the Adaptive Management Program, as Terry Free presented, the IRST is currently developing 2 scoping proposals in response to the questions that we were provided by AMC. We're, as was pointed out, awaiting the amphibian questions. Our initial goal was to have the Eastern Oregon scoping proposal to the AMC by December 31st. And as everyone has pointed out, there are so many wrinkles to iron out, and we were a little more ambitious than was justified and didn't account for the holidays. So that proposal, AMC can expect on the 16th of January. And that proposal is really aimed at, it will be a scoping proposal to address the feasibility of conducting a comprehensive literature review targeting the potential of forest practices to affect shallow rapid landslides and other mass wasting processes on private forest lands in Eastern Oregon. The changes to the Oregon Forest Practices Act included provisions for steep slopes in Western Oregon, but not in Eastern Oregon due to a lack of understanding about those processes, the prevalence and the effect of forest management on them. So the scoping proposal will describe an approach, knowledge contributions, and cost of 3 options for conducting a comprehensive literature review, along with an option of no further review. And as I said, this will be delivered to AMC on January 16th. If the Board of Forestry decides to fund such a literature review and directs the IRST to develop a request for proposals to make it happen, then that will be included in the IRST work plan for 2025. The questions from AMC guiding the road stream connectivity scoping proposal are much more numerous and complex than those for the Eastern Oregon scoping proposal. And fortunately, we've learned quite a few lessons from developing the first scoping proposal, and expertise of the newly added IRST members, thank you, will greatly benefit our efforts regarding the road stream connectivity proposal. And that we're looking to have hopefully by March, but certainly in time for the decisions that need to be made about funding. So next slide, please. The RST has been fortunate, given that this is our first year, that so many things have actually worked well. And this is a large part due to the professional and collegial nature of the IRST members. It's really been, as Seth said, a joy working with this group of folks, and feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to serve as chair during this first year. We've also benefited from the fantastic facilitation by Lisa Debercare. It was a genius move by INR to secure that facilitation, and it's really enabled us, I think, to move forward much more quickly than we could have done otherwise. Our interactions with the AMC have been supported excellently by Terry Free, and that has worked really well. And finally, the responsiveness of INR, Lisa Gaines, and Sean Gordon in coordinating our activities and products. But as with any new endeavor, there have been numerous challenges that we're working to address. Some of these are small, some of these are larger. And one of the larger ones is how to collaborate on technical documents only in public meetings. And for a science body that doesn't directly make or influence policy, this has definitely been a hurdle and has put more weight on INR than I think was originally anticipated. We have and will continue to seek solutions from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and it's just an evolving process. So another challenge has been the concurrent development of the Habitat Conservation Plan. It's been a bit of a moving target, but as that settles, I think it will definitely provide us with a clearer path ahead. But even after that settles, we'll still have some issues in finalizing and improving budgets. There's certainly uncertainty for longer term research and monitoring that will remain. And then finally, just our ability to maintain minimum membership, which is 5, and then accommodate meeting absences, given that 2/3 of our members must be present for any vote. Thankfully, the addition of our 2 new members will help alleviate some of that pressure and hopefully allow a little more flexibility. So all in all, it's been a very productive year, and we're really looking forward to 2025 and all that we are hoping to accomplish as the year advances. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Josh Bernard for the record again. That concludes our presentation. You can click the next slide and it's open for board discussion and questions.
Like always, the gunner with my hand up. Thank you. I just wanted to say, nicely done. I happen to have some personal insight on the degree to which folks who were working on the private forest accord a few years ago, like put on the party hats and popped the confetti and blew their party horn and said, "Hey, way to go, we did it." And then here's this giant mess for you all to sort out. And then like literally walked away. And so I just, it's a valiant effort. And I can't tell, I almost got a little emotional when you said it's been an enjoyable process working together with folks on this. I just so sincerely hope it persists in that vein. You know, there's give and take. These are honest questions and good faith questions and work that's so important that's developed at a common table and not through some kind of adversarial process. And I couldn't tell you how pleased I am to hear that it's working out that way. And I hope that persists. But with all of that said, thank you so much for this work. None of you are like getting rich, like spending late nights working on AMPC or IRST issues, and that is seeing any success, it's because of the good faith efforts of the participants. And I just mean to express my sincere thanks.
Ben.
Ben Doimling. I would echo what Heath said. This is impressive. And this is, adaptive management is a word that's been batted around for a long time. And it's really neat to see you guys really digging in and building this phenomenal, robust process. A couple follow-up questions to the presentation. And Terry, you had made a point early in your presentation that all FPA rules need to go through the AMC. Is that correct? Like any change to the FPA needs to go through you guys, or is there some bar there?
Really, it's the rules that are directly related to the private forest accord. So something that's upland that has nothing to do with it doesn't have to go through adaptive management.
Got it. Thanks for that clarification. But it could if we so chose.
It could, as long as that decision isn't hampering the adaptive management process, the other work.
Great. So that, if I may, another follow-up to that. just to get a little more sense of your capacity, because this is slow, plodding, careful work that takes a long time. And you've got 3 questions in front of you right now. I'm sure all of us here could come up with a couple more questions that we'd love to have answered. Can you talk through, as you see from here, like what your capacity is? And obviously that's related to budget, and we've been talking about budget. And I'm just curious to have your sense of like, okay, these 3 questions are going to fill your plate for the next 4 years, or you might have room for another question in a year. Like, what does that look like?
I think that's probably best answered by the AMPC co-chairs and the IRST folks. And I'll let them speak to that.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. Seth Barnes, for the record, co-chair of the AMC. This is a great question, Ben. And what I would say is we've grappled with that somewhat ourselves, and we actually created a process that was adopted by the AMC for bringing forward new questions. And that's now an appendix, I believe, to our charter. I'm looking at you, Terry. I think that's right, right? And that was one of the decisions of the AMC. And that process involves, you know, a prioritization by the committee. So questions can be brought forward by any committee member. And then we will have a one meeting. I think it's every 2 years. I don't have the process in front of me, but Terry, you probably remember it.
That's right.
Yeah, that we will then discuss those and prioritize, you know, which ones do we have time for and capacity for to bring on the plate, and then you know, and which sort of stay in park there, and then we'll revisit those as we move along. So it's a moving target, right? I mean, it really depends on the process as it unfolds. I could foresee a question or a couple of questions coming forward on the amphibians, for example, that then as we start getting information back, that parlays into another more additional question. So maybe we stay on quote unquote amphibians for a while because there's a lot to discover there and to research. But maybe another one sort of comes and then goes, right? And then that creates a little bit more capacity. So all of this is really just a work in progress, and you know, 2 years into it, I don't think either one of us can really answer your question about what is the capacity, when will we have capacity, and all of that. It's sort of a moving target.
Just to briefly add to that, Stacey Detweiler, co-chair AMC, I think we're also really interested in those synergies too, right? If there's research we can be doing that then builds on or answers related questions, or just ways to leverage the funding that we have. So I think we're really interested in that. Seth mentioned the process that we have set up. In a way, it simplified things, sort of getting started as we were figuring everything else out, as we knew those priorities were in rule and required for us to begin with. Moving forward from there, it'll be a little bit more open conversation. That's why we anticipating that, set up that process to help give us some guidance on how to address that. But appreciate the question.
Brenda McComb for the record. So I think the structure looks really good. Everything I've heard today sounds good. I'm really encouraged by the IRST membership and leadership. It's a great group of folks you have. My question, 2 questions. First one is fairly straightforward. What proportion of the forested landscape in Oregon is directly affected by the private forest accord?
A lot.
20%, 25%?
I can take a quick guess at that. I think it's about 10 million acres out of the.
So I'm talking about the buffers themselves.
You mean specifically that?
I'm talking about the forested landscape. I'm talking about the buffers. The PFA covers the buffers that are fixed in the Forest Practices Act. What proportion of the total forested acres in Oregon are within those buffers?
I don't have an answer. I don't know if you have an estimate there.
So let's just say it's 20%. Might be 25. I don't know. But let's say it's 20%. What is the expectation for something like this moving forward to address the other 80% of the landscape, the upslopes, where most of the land is affected by forest management. And there are many species and processes and whatnot that are affected by forest management there. How do we take this great approach and move it to the next step to address the rest of the forested landscape?
Got me puckering down here, Brenda.
Well, I hope it is, because frankly, we need to start moving in that direction.
I guess, oh, sorry. I was just going to say one opportunity to Ben's question, I think, is that the board could certainly look into questions through the adaptive management process. Like to Terry's point, it is focused on the aquatic rule set, need to go through the adaptive management program, but that doesn't preclude the board from other things. Again, there's maybe a cost benefit to expanding that out, but that might be an area that the board could consider bringing questions related to that to understand effectiveness of rules.
Well, I think, sorry, Bob, but just to respond, I think questions along those lines have been asked. In a very simple example is the marble murrelet rulemaking. That's been on the table for, Josh, how long has it been on the table? 4 years, 5 years, 6 years?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't have the exact count.
Long time.
Yeah.
Right? And there's an upslope issue that could be addressed in very much a similar manner as you have here. And so is it up to the board then to move forward with some sort of an approach? I mean, obviously I'm being a jerk here and being kind of provocative, but we're only addressing a small percentage of the landscape. When the issues go beyond streams, they go beyond stream sides, they go from ridgetop to ridgetop. And somehow or another, we have to start thinking more holistically, more inclusive about how we're going to address some of these issues. And I don't think it's locking everything up. I think we need to be thoughtful about how we're going to address things in a much more proactive manner. Okay, I'll be quiet now and try to stop being a jerk.
Thank you. A few thoughts. First, thanks for being here. Thanks for your presentation. I'd like to echo Heath's comments about the collaborative nature of the conversation and the goodwill here and the collective effort to get out in the field and to think through these processes and to set up these processes. I unfortunately was a participant and victim in lots of testimony in front of this board related to things like the claim assist-Q rules and SSBT rules, and were extremely divisive conversations and a lot of tension about what compared to these rules was a relatively modest change in the Forest Practice Act. So it's good. I think it's good for the body politic to have a different kind of conversation happening here. So thank you for that. I'll turn next to Brenda's comments. I would like to say that there is one element of the PFA that does extend across a landscape, and that's the road rules, which are quite significant and dramatically different. And so those are not simply the riparian buffers. They're of course not set-asides related to those, but yeah, they certainly are related to the road placement and the condition and the maintenance of those roads. Regarding your question, Brenda, about how do we get there on these other questions? I think ballot initiatives is one answer. Legislation would be the other. It's hard for me to see this board actually doing work that resulted in sweeping changes like that. I don't understand how that process would happen, given what we have on our plate already and the amount of time it takes. And frankly, in some ways, it feels like the ballot measure and the legislation approach are better in that they involve the public and the people as a whole to make decisions about these important matters. And certainly both of those were present in the current conversation. Lastly, a question, I think, for the panel up there. I think we heard both testimony about this, and it came up here in the legislative conversation. Where are we exactly? Am I right? Did I understand that the governor's budget zeroes out the funding for both the IRST and the AMC. Is that correct?
Thanks for that question, Bob. Stacy Detweiler, co-chair of AMC. Yes, that is our understanding. We're still trying to dig through the details, have conversations with governor's office around that to clarify. And there's still an opportunity, this will move to the legislature. There's more conversation certainly to be had about that, but that was definitely a red flag, at least speaking for Wild Salmon Center. We're really concerned about that. Just for all the reasons we've discussed here, this is really that mechanism that the board, ODF, the services are going to be looking to understand if the rules are meeting what we intended them to do for the covered species. And so making sure, particularly in these last few years, that 2027 deadline is very strong in my mind, until we get it federally approved HCP. If we don't, everything rolls back, making sure that the state is really committing at that level to get things funded. So ongoing conversation, hopefully opportunity for us and board members as they're able to really speak to the value of this program, the need for the research. There's lots of questions, and just the value of that.
Seth Barnes, also co-chair AMC, and I just want to be on record to say I agree with Stacy. This is incredibly important to get the funding for the adaptive management program, not just to show the good faith to the services and in securing that HCP, but also to move forward with the priorities that we have. So we will be working, side by side to help inform whoever we need to inform and press where we need to press to try to get that funding reinstated.
Just one piece there. So Josh Bernard for the record on that. There was a note included for 14 million in the GRB, but I believe the nuance there is I think it mostly referenced grants at the moment. So there's a question where that extends. So that may cover some of those needs, but how that then is extrapolated to the rest of the work is, I think, part of the question Stacy's reference.
Okay. Yesterday, I met with a very knowledgeable forester who's worked a lot in Oregon and worked a lot throughout the country and actually worked in other countries like Australia and New Zealand. And one comment he made is that nowhere has the forest politics been, more dysfunctional, more nasty than Oregon. Anywhere in the world was what he was saying, and more adversarial than Oregon. And I think it's pretty incredible. So congratulations to all of you to be, really doing this work to change that reality and that narrative. So thank you all. Really appreciate you being here today. Okay. All right, we will move on and to the last part of our day, which is just for our catch-up time. And Brenda, are you?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I do have something as part of closing comments, and I want to make sure Matt is still here. Is Eleni still here? Eleni, could you put up that? So as you probably know, I sound like a broken record when it comes to trying to ask for demographic information for the agency. And I've asked for that information for years and I feel like I'm making progress. I've worked with Amy Pena, DEI coordinator for ODF. I've worked with several folks in DAS and asked for this longitudinal data where we can understand the representation of the workforce over a 10-year period. How are we doing? And I have no preconceived notions about what the data might tell me. It's just that, are we seeing any change in the diversification of the workforce? Is it becoming more diverse, less diverse, about the same? We don't know. And where this is coming from is that every university where I have worked, and nearly every university in the country, has these long-term data as part of a national program to understand the representation of students and faculty at universities. I can go to a website and get that information like that for any university in the country. So that's where I'm coming from. I've seen this and I understand the information that it can provide. I also understand the information that it doesn't provide. But it gives us a snapshot as to whether or not we're making progress in one way or another. And so I asked Amy, and Amy said, well, she thinks that we need a board motion to request this information from the agency and DAS. And then I went to Jim and Cal and said, do we need a board motion? They said, no, you don't need a board motion. And then went back to Cal and Jim, and DAS is saying, no, you need a board motion. So there it is. So I would propose that we ask Cal to provide us with the head count and percentages of employees by job category, permanent and seasonal, because those are two quite different groups, and self-reported protected class identity for each year over a 10-year period to just simply understand trends.
So, I can't claim to understand what all is going on, but I do know that DAS has specifically asked us to pass a motion, to have a motion and pass it. And what that gives them, I don't understand, but I will certainly support this.
Good.
Yeah, Cal first.
Yeah, and Brenda, you've been really working hard, and I know you talked to Juliet Valdez and all, and they said they had the data, and I thought we were going to get the data, but then we don't have these data in our system. We only have 4 years in Workday, and so, and Amy wants to work with DAS, but they requested that they're going to dig into these legacy databases. They would like to have a direction from the board, and that's all this is.
So,
Liz, go ahead.
Lizak Powell, board member. I'm just wondering, Brenda, if there is something that's available immediately, but it's not all that, is that something that we would immediately want? Because what I'm not sure about is under the federal services, you cannot ask to create something that is not there, but they will give you what is there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that request, if there's something less than that request, but gets to what we're looking for, would that be at least the first part of that?
The data are available. Just that it takes some work to go back to the legacy system before Workday to accumulate the data and provide them.
Yeah, I think that's why they want the formal request. Any other, Ben, go ahead.
I was just gonna either offer a motion if Brenda hadn't officially motioned, or offer a second if Brenda had motioned, but
So with
it's more discussion.
Not hearing any more discussion, I would suggest you make a motion.
I make a motion to, we request the state forester provide to the Board of Forestry the head count and percentages of employees by job category, permanent and seasonal, and self-reported protected class identity from each year from 2015 to 2024 in order to understand trends in diversifying the ODF workforce.
Liz can second? My second?
Okay, Liz has second. We have a motion on the, and since it's just been read, I don't think I need to reread it. And I think we can just move immediately to a roll call. And so on this motion, Liz Akpawa,
Aye.
Keith Curtis, Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Justice, Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Brenda Van Dyke, or Bob Van Dyke.
Aye.
Getting late in the afternoon.
Aye.
Sorry, Bob. And I will vote for that as well. So with that, the motion to request that the state forester provide to the Board of Forestry the head count and percentages of employees by job category, permanent, seasonal, and self-reported protected class identity for each year from 2015 to 2024 in order to understand trends in diversifying the ODF workforce has passed. Motion made by Ben Doimling and seconded by Liz.
Jim, I just want to thank you all for this.
bet.
This has been a long slog to try to get to this point. So thank you so much.
We even all agreed and voted for something today that together. Okay. Keith.
Jim, it would be helpful to me at some point, because I think I'm good with this motion. I thought that was productive work and we got to talk about it and get something done. But it's helpful for me to understand analytically when a spontaneous unagenda itemed motion is okay and when it's not. Because we talked about that in the context of a letter earlier today, and I appreciate there's probably some distinction, but it'd be helpful to have some tools so that we know when we can just like do it versus when we have to add 3 months before we can do it.
Chair Kelly, I see some eyes pointed in my direction. Matt DeVore, I think that's a great point. I was not aware that this motion was going to be up for a vote. I think that the obligation is that you need to provide, under the public meetings law, you need to provide notice of the principal subjects that you're going to be discussing and taking action on. And I think the question would be how much your agenda put the public on notice of this. That's the balance. And I really haven't looked at this enough to give an opinion, but that's the analysis.
Yeah. I've seen us do this repeatedly. I think the safest thing is to get something, with notice out there if we know it's going to be a decision item. But it's also can be crippling at times when we really need to kind of make a decision, especially if it's something that is not likely to be very controversial or very likely to bring people here to testify. But I have never seen absolute clear guidance myself. But I have witnessed us do this in the 6 years that over 6 years that I've been here, right?
Yeah, I agree. And Heath, I was kind of watching Matt as I was speaking here to see if I was going to get my hand slapped because I'm not clear on it either. But I'm, again, very appreciative for moving this forward.
Ben Doimling, I guess maybe a question to Matt, or to anybody, is there a line we could put on our agenda that says, and to include other incidental things related to the department and the board? I mean, I'm just wondering if there's some catch-all language that we could include that's not to slip in some big policy thing, but I think of this somewhat as housekeeping. And I'm wondering if there's some language we could put in our agendas that would catch some of that at least. And I still agree with Heath that some more clarity on that would be helpful, but I would really like for the organic flow of a 2-day meeting, we have the time to bring in things that arise during the course of those meetings.
So, Joe, just for the record, I think we have to remember one thing associated with this is this idea of surprises. And honestly, this wasn't a surprise. I mean, Brenda's been speaking about this for some time. So this falls into the category to me that I'm not surprised, frankly, as a board member, but I think there's always a danger of that, right?
Right.
There's always a threat that, something gets brought forward that, me or one of us sitting around this table are taken aback from, and it can cause kind of problems on this body. So we just have to be careful, I think.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think this conversation overlaps in part with conversations, I think, that are going to happen about agenda development. For example, if there were some norms about if you want to make a motion, get it to the chair by date X, and then it can be put on the agenda, and then there's sufficient notice that it's a principal subject to be. So anyway, it feels like to me this fits into that bigger agenda development conversation.
And in Brenda's defense, we were thinking we could just go and get this data. And it wasn't until late last year that we found out, after the agenda had been published, that we found out about their desire to have a board, and I apologize for that.
Yeah. Okay. We've set aside time for any other reflections, questions, anything that any board member would like to bring up. We'll do this again tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully it's not tomorrow night. Middle of the afternoon drift. Okay, well, that's great. I'm pleased with how everything has gone and that we've made it through another meeting, and look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow at 9 a.m. And with that, we are adjourned.